Welcome back to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. The archives and load up some other talks that I've got of these Bob Earll cassettes. I've had them sitting on a hard drive for some time now. I've decided to share them with you all. Let me know what you think. Some people loved Bob. Some people hated Bob. Bob was Bob, but he talked all over the world. I mean, he's from Los Angeles, Beverly Hills area, and did other things. I think he was a writer. Just click down below, like or subscribe, or both, like and subscribe. Just click down below, like and subscribe on my channel. It helps me out. Just a little click for you, doesn't cost you anything, and I'm bringing you some Bob Earll. And have a good day if you want to.
Yes, I am Bob Earll. I'm a drug addict and an alcoholic. Here half a day later than a lot of you would have liked. Which I found great humor in. You wanted that one up too? Okay. It's a wonderful podium. I can even... my kid in me was sitting there saying, well, you know, I can kick the boards out and just kind of roll it from side to side. Okay, here we are, gathered in the hills of whatever county we're in, San Diego County. Talk about recovery. Four-letter word in most people's vocabulary. Recovery is very simple. It is really probably the simplest thing in the whole world. It only requires a complete and absolute surrender to God and a complete and absolute change of yourself. So, that's it. That's the basics. That's really it. I mean, it comes down to that. It comes down to that. I mean, we talk a lot, and we write a lot, and we do a lot, and there's a lot of bullshit goes on, a lot of unnecessary conversations go on, a lot of stuff goes on, but it gets down to you got to change, and you got to trust God with all your life. That's it. And I found out the hard way is that God will accept you. You know, I was listening to the little phrase being read out of the Daily Word, which I love, by the way. If you're looking for a great daily thing to read, the Daily Word is outstanding. And about love being what it's all about. And you will hear countless times in meetings and in groups and in big groups and little groups and conventions and everything else that love is the answer, and of course, love yourself. And if you have already created a recovery personality, doesn't have anything to do with who you really are, but if you have created this recovery personality that you take to meetings, that person will nod, yes, right, love yourself. I understand. I'm fine, thanks, and out you go. And the reality is, if you were raised by dysfunctional parents, you don't know how to love yourself. And now they want me to love you and love me, and I don't know how to love me. And I have come to learn in my own experience, I can't really give you anything that I can't give me. Now that's a bitch. I don't like hearing that. See, I'd rather hear that I'm going to be put into some sacrificial way of life for the rest of my life. That I'm going to give to you unconditionally and think nothing of myself and take no regard for me or mine. That one fits great if you're raised by dysfunctional parents. Take no regard for yourself. Okay. I can do that. I know I'm real good at taking no regard for myself. None. And I find out what has come up, at least in my life for me, is really this. I seem to have to operate on two levels. It seems that life, for me, now this may not apply to anybody else in this room, demands that I operate on a human level and a spiritual level. And I haven't yet found a way to escape the human level. So I can be as spiritual and I can meditate 6 structured hours a day and I can chant with the best of them and I can burn the candles and burn the incense and sing the songs and do the psalmodies in the morning and I can do all the exercises. Completely surrender my life to God. Absolutely, sincerely let it go. Walk out the door. Have God pour the blessings into my life. Abundance, prosperity, excitement on the lower level than I really like, but excitement. And just pours into my life. But one day, down the road a ways, I'm going to slide back into my human level. And he's a little fucked up. And he's going to take all these blessings, and he's going to take all this prosperity, and he's going to take all this creativity, and he's going to take all this good that God is pouring into his life, and he's going to screw it up. Guaranteed. Easily. No effort. No concentration. Just as natural as breathing. I will wipe it all out. And then I will sit and say, God doesn't love me. He set me up. He punished me. He took it all away. And until I guess I can learn to operate on a 100% spiritual level, I'm forced to deal with the human being. Because God I'm beginning to understand a little bit. You know, his deal's real simple. He's all-powerful, all-present, all-loving. That's it. It's the God I know. You know? But in recovery, it seems that one of my conditions is that anxiety is my drug of choice. Okay? And when there is none, I create it. And you don't have to be there for me to create anxiety. I can be home alone. I don't need anybody around. This is not does not require a relationship of any kind. You know, it's me, and I can just start thinking. Like Saturday is always the best day of retreats. See, Saturday you're a day away from Friday, and Monday is 2 days away. So Saturday you can kind of almost let go. You can almost get into here and now for a minute. Okay, anyhow, back to dealing with the human being. See, I find that the trick for me today is when something happens in my life is to acknowledge the human. Okay? Somebody may hurt my feelings. And I am not St. Francis of Assisi, okay? You can piss me off. You can hurt my feelings. You can make me cry. You can really hurt me. And I've got to, for me, in my life today, acknowledge that person. I got to say, God, I'm hurt. I'm really hurt. I'm crushed. I feel terrible. I'd like to break the son of a bitch's neck is what I'd like to do. Or whatever it is. I may be in a rage. I may have to go in the other room and just punch the lights out of the sofa, you know, and get the anger out. Instead of walking around with this constructed personality. No, it didn't bother me at all. No one gets to me now. I've been in the program a long time. I work the steps. Recovery is second nature to me. No big deal. Then go eat a can of, for me, it would be nuts roasted in oil and salt would be like disaster, you know, particularly to my body. I know that because I ate one the other day. I give myself a little slack with my eating. I don't give myself that much slack with my eating. Well, I will. I won't kill myself because of it. But the reality is the person did hurt me, and the reality is I am mad, and the reality is that these are feelings, and if I don't deal with these feelings, I'm screwed, because if somebody said, Bob, sum up alcoholism, compulsive overeating, drug addiction, and all the rest of it, and I'd say stuffed feelings. That's it. That, to me, is what it's all about. I stuffed my feelings every way I could till I reached adolescence, and when adolescence hit, the feelings that come with adolescence were so overwhelming over and above what I was already burdened with that I chose drugs. Then I went on into something to hold these feelings down. Because I have a secret, you see, and I have guarded this secret since I was a small child. And the secret is very simply this: something's wrong with me. Something's wrong with me. And in any situation, anywhere, no matter what it is, whether it's a Skid Row meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous or an executive level meeting in a motion picture studio, I'm not enough. See? I'm not enough because there's something wrong with me. My whole function in life is to keep you from knowing that. That's it. I don't want you to know that. I don't want you to know that I am, in essence, what I'm saying, the very thing I'm running away from is being a human being. That's the very thing I don't want you to know. Is that I am exactly as God intended me to be. I am a human being. I was born happy, joyous, and free. When I started to walk, it got real shaky around the house. From there on, it was downhill. You don't have any identity till you begin to walk. Once you begin to walk, you're now a person that's got to be dealt with. And if you're being raised by dysfunctional parents, this is where the trouble starts. The minute you can mobile on your own, the minute you got wheels, feet, you can move. That's it. You're screwed. You're screwed. Now they do not know what to do, or they do know what to do, and it's what was done to them. And that's the only thing they can do to you. And I support all the therapists today who say normal, acceptable child rearing in this country is no more than child abuse. No more than child abuse. That's what it amounts to. That's simple. Bullshit. Absolute pure bullshit. You know? John Bradshaw has a great line. I love it. Everybody's responsible, nobody's to blame. It really sums it up. That's the truth. That's the truth. Nobody's to blame. I'm not looking to blame anybody. I'm just looking to find out what's going on. Okay, so my secret is something's wrong with me. I'm not enough. I can't let you find that out. Because the thing I'm the most afraid of is my feelings. See, because oftentimes my feelings aren't appropriate to the situation. Now, they're not wrong. My mind will immediately classify a feeling as wrong. That's a wrong feeling. Okay? There's no such thing as a wrong feeling. There is no such thing as a wrong feeling. A feeling is a feeling is a feeling is a feeling. That's all it is. Okay? It may be inappropriate. Okay? Because you haven't cleaned up all your old shit. Maybe the guy at the gas station refuses to wash your windshield, you break down crying. Okay? That's an inappropriate to the situation, but it's not wrong. It's just inappropriate. Will upset him, it'll upset you, it'll upset the people with you, it'll upset most of the people around. But it's not wrong. But I'm used to having my feelings be wrong. From the basest of feelings. You want to know the first one you got as a kid? You don't have to go to the bathroom. Kid stands there and goes, oh. Wonder what the hell that is. I can't, where the hell was I going? I was flying from Boston to Albuquerque, and the guy in the seat next to me had his son with him. His son was 4 years old. Neat guy, real gentle. The dad was a real gentle soul, a peaceful soul. And he dozed off. The little boy was playing by the window on the floor, and when he woke up, a few minutes later, he said to the little boy, you think, if I can do anything you want. And the little boy told him that he had crapped his pants. Okay? Now, I'm conditioned. Okay? I'm thinking I'm going to have to break this motherfucker's neck to keep him from punching the kid's lights out. Okay? That's where I'm at. I'm ready to get Dad, see? I'm going to tear him apart on the airplane. Dad didn't react. Dad didn't shame him. Dad got him up and off to the bathroom they went together, where they'd spent probably 20 minutes, and he brought him back, and they sat down, and they had a little glass of water. The kid went back to his playing, as if nothing big had happened. He doesn't know. Nobody beat him up. Nobody screamed and yelled at him. Nobody shamed him. Nobody's shamed. There's a guy, if you want, sometime for one of your retreats, if you can pull him up here. His name's John Bradshaw. He's in Texas, in Houston. Get him. And bring your handkerchief. He's an ex-priest who's now a psychologist. He's 20 years clean and sober, and he talks about the fact that we're raised in shame. We're raised in shame. And that's the killer. Because shame, guilt, like he's got a great line where he says, guilt is wonderful. Guilt he can handle any day of the week. Guilt very simply means I did something wrong, I can do something about it. Shame means something's wrong with me, and it can't be fixed. And that's my fear. Something's wrong with me, and it can't be fixed. So I participate in all my alcoholism, all my drug addiction, all that insane behavior, and one day, 26 years of age, I roll into the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. After a while in AA, going from meeting to meeting, listening to speaker, and doing this and doing that, I begin to formulate my personality. Okay? I take a little of this speaker, and a little of this speaker, and a little of this sponsor, and a little of this sponsor, and a little from this book, and a little from this book, and I create an identity. Okay? Now change is change. Change is not controlled existence. Alright? Most people in recovery, in my opinion, that I come in contact with, have not changed. They are in controlled resistance to who they are. How are you, John? I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Bob? Good, thanks. Want to have some coffee? Sure. Let's have 7 cigarettes and a quart of ice cream with it, Ask them how they feel about something, they'll tell you what they think. They'll give you an intellectual answer, an intellectual thing. So I create a recovery identity. It had about as much to do with reality as nothing. If you worked on the job with me and you saw me in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, the first 3 years you would not know it was the same person. Conversely, if you knew me in AA meetings and saw me on the job, you would not have known it was the same person. But you see, the one thing I learned about a recovery personality is that they are always fine. No matter what's going on in their life, they're always fine. You walk up to somebody before a meeting, "Hi, Tom, how are you?" "I'm fine, Bob, thanks." Tom walks off and somebody comes up and says, "Did you hear about Tom? He lost his job this morning, his wife left him, and they repossessed his car." I got it. No matter what happens to you, you're fine. Okay? So when I'm 2.5 years into recovery, and I'm starting to get real uncomfortable in here, I'm talking seriously uncomfortable, and my mind is saying to me, because my mind knows what's coming, but it's not going to let me in on it, okay? My mind says to me, "You're nuts. You're 2.5 years clean and sober, and you're crazier than you have ever been in your goddamn life. You're finished, You're not going to make it." So I walk into meetings with this turmoil going on, and somebody walks up to me and says, "Hi, Bob, how are you?" "I'm fine, thanks." The truth would have been, drop to my knees, grab the questioner around the ankles, and sob uncontrollably on his shoes. Can't do that. Because if I do that, the secret's out. If I do that, the secret's out. Something's wrong with me, and I'm not enough. So I can't let you see me. I can't let you see me. And that's a big time, that's a full-time job, hiding who you are from the world. See? And the irony of it all is, the first person I'm hiding me from is me. That's like, I don't want to admit anybody, because occasionally days now, when I'm walking around the house, I make a lot of noise so that I know that I'm there. Because I have a tendency to forget. So I'll be walking through the apartment, I go, Bob Earll is here. Hi, Bob, how are you? Oh, I'm great, thanks. You? Well, I feel pretty good. Isn't that super? Let's sing a song. Oh, boy. I make a lot of noise because I was raised in silence. I was raised in silence. Silence is the weapon. Oftentimes, meditation is not the best solution to emotional upheaval for me. Many times, verbally praying out loud, loudly, is a much better solution for me. Because I get weird when I have to get quiet. And I can meditate, okay? I mean, you're not looking at somebody who can't meditate. I can stone out for hours if I want, you know. I can go sit by the lake at the fellowship on Sunset Boulevard, you know, self-realization fellowship, and go bye-bye for 3 days, you know. But it doesn't work. Because getting quiet's the worst goddamn thing I can do, because I got to deal with the human first. Okay? For me, I have got to deal with the human first. And the human, you know, he doesn't want to hear that. What was going on? I can't remember what was going on. Right? I was in terrible emotional. God, I couldn't relax, and I was tense. This is just a little while ago. This is a couple years ago, and I was just like, just nuts. And my best friend came down to stay with me, and it didn't help. I was just nuts. And I'd get up in the morning, and I'd sit, you know, and I'd read the books, and I'd meditate, you know, and I'd get quiet, and I'd get up from meditation, and I'd just be crazier. You know, I'd go out, I'd get in the car, and then my lunacy would come out in the car, and I'm screaming and yelling at people and honking my horn, just over the edge. I'll kill you if I catch you, you know, I just... And it was after morning meditation. You know? And out into the world I go. Finally, after about 2 weeks of this, you know, I'm with my therapist. I sit down and I'm telling her. And I tell her about the meditation and the prayer, you know, silent prayer and meditation. She leans forward to me, gets about this far away from me, and she goes, shh. Bobby, be quiet. Father won't hear. I don't want to be quiet anymore. I don't want to be quiet anymore. I want to pray real loud when I'm upset. I want to hear me talking to God. I don't care if I'm begging, you know. I don't care. Petitioning, affirming, begging is all the same to me, man. But I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to stop being the good little boy because it's not who I am. It's not who I am. Got to get loud. But I'm going to meetings and I'm okay as long as I'm fine, but I'm not okay as long as I'm not fine. We were talking at lunch about somebody saying that somebody was only going to a couple of meetings a year and so in their opinion they were away from the program. As far as I'm concerned, they're not away from the program. They may be away from the fellowship, but they're not away from the program, because the program, as I understand it, is the book, The 12 Steps in God. And I have that wherever I go. The fellowship, to me, is a double-edged sword. Okay? It can cut away a lot of the bullshit that you need to cut away, and it can turn around and kill you at the same time. At the very same time. Because if you think about it a minute, what we got here, whether you want to accept it or not, and it may make you angry when I say this, 95% of the membership of most of these recovery programs are made up of children raised by dysfunctional parents who have no fucking idea how to relate to each other in a family situation. And the fellowship is no more than a family situation. And we do in the fellowship to each other what was done to us in our homes. I mean, when I picked my sponsors initially in AA, I picked guys just like my dad, treated me like dog shit. Yeah. Sit down, shut up. Move that, raise that, put your hand up, read this, do that. I was very comfortable. I was right at home. Oh, yeah, okay. You know, off I go. And I'm not sure that's bad. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just making the observation. I'm not saying that's bad. You know, I don't know that if somebody had sat down to me who was a gentle, loving soul and explained to me that I was about to embark on the biggest adventure of my life and that my life was just beginning as I entered this program, not ending, I don't know if I could have handled it. It might have shorted out all the wiring. I don't know. You know, I might not have been able to. Maybe picking that kind of person initially was good. Okay? But that's initially. All right? There's a point at which everything's got to change. Everything must change. I could leave you with that one and go home, you know. Just go back to the airport. Because here's where an interesting situation comes up. In order to change, for me, and in order to get a working relationship with God, both require, in my opinion, the capacity to be spontaneous. People raised by dysfunctional parents cannot be spontaneous. I am not spontaneous. I am a control freak. I need control of me, control of you, control of the people around us, and hopefully control of the environment if I can work it out, including the weather. I'm serious. I don't want to get caught in the wrong clothes. I don't want to be out there in my shorts and t-shirt in a goddamn rainstorm looking like a jerk. I want to be prepared. Number one motto of the Boy Scouts. Sickest thing I ever heard in my life. Be prepared. I don't know how to be prepared without being controlling. Okay? So now, if I'm going to get next to God, I got to be able to be spontaneous. Because if I've learned anything for me about spirituality of the planet is everything is temporary. Everything on the whole goddamn planet is temporary. The only thing permanent is change. The only thing constant, permanent, continuous is change. That's it. That's the only thing. And in order to walk with my Father as I understand Him, I got to be willing to, when I hit a wall, turn left. Sure. I don't know how you do it when you hit walls. I know how I do it when I hit walls most of the time. Go bopping down the highway of life and run into a wall and... Well, it's not exactly what I had in mind. It's not bad, though. Not a lot of distractions here, you know. So I stay until the pain gets so great. So great, I can't stay anymore. Or conversely, I'll get back 150 yards and get a running start. You know. Because I know what's on the other side of the wall is mine. You know. And I crash through the wall, wind up in this garbage heap saying, I don't understand. You know. One thing that happens is eventually you just get weaker. You know, you get weaker, and in getting weaker, you get stronger, and you just aren't willing to run 150 yards at the wall anymore. You know. I'm just not willing anymore. I'll still stand at some of them, you know. I mean, I just recently moved, and I mean, God wanted me to move in 1984. So I spent 2 years having all the tools and having the knowledge does not mean you can apply it. Sometimes, in fact, it's worse because you've got it all the information in front of you. You know it. You know the information. You know the tools. You know, and I can't apply it some days. And I just die on those days. Because that gives my mind a lot of information to beat me up with. You know, it's not like when I was walking around in early days in AA and blissful ignorance. I had no idea. You know, it was kind of dumb. You know, you're still in that stage of a fog. kind of an emotional fog. So anyhow, I'm not fine, and yet I'm telling people I'm fine, and I'm telling people I'm fine because I don't want you to know that I think I'm not fine. And the only reason I think I'm not fine is because feelings are starting to come up and I don't know what they are. And I don't know what to do with them because I haven't dealt with them since childhood. I have no idea. So now I get busier in the fellowship. More panels and more institutions. Sponsor more people. Take more babies to dinner. Just more. Anything but stop for 2 minutes, sit down, and let this turmoil come up. Now, I successfully did that for probably another 14 years. Because I can remember sitting around 17 years clean and sober and listening to people talk about having their feelings hurt and not knowing what they meant. Okay? 17 years of recovery. God, that's really sad. Jesus Christ. But for me, I realize now most of what this is about, the recovery, is unlearning old behavior. Unlearning old learned behavior. Okay? Not intuitive behavior. Learned behavior. And learning new behavior. That's right. It's like, if you think, so one of the things if you're raised by dysfunctional parents, you will always do is beat yourself up for not knowing things you were never taught. Not knowing social skills that were never exhibited in your family because your family had no social contact with any human being in the world. Mine didn't. We lived in a goddamn cave. We might as well have. We never had anybody over, and we never went anywhere. We went to the owner of the liquor store's house for Christmas once. I think that's just because he was having such a great Christmas at my father's expense, he felt, obligated to have us over. So I stood in the backyard and talked to a plastic pelican, or flamingo, pink flamingo. That's the end of social contact I had. That's all I knew about it. So when you start to go out in the world, I don't know about you, but I never knew how to mix. I never knew how to let me mix. Okay? I could go into a new social situation and walk into the room and I would find a wall. And I would get back against that wall. And I would watch these new people in this new group in this room until I understood how they stood, their posture, how they talked. Hi, John. How are you? I'm good. How are you? How they laughed. Right? Once I believed I could mimic their behavior, I could walk out into the room and begin to talk to people. And the tragedy of that one is that whoever I am, whatever I am, I left them on the wall. Because whatever he is, he's not enough to take into this room of people and just say, hi, I'm Bob. So now I create another personality. People say, who are you? I'm convinced I am my feelings. I like what Bradshaw says, on any given moment that you are in touch with your feelings, at that moment you are in touch with the reality of who you are. And that's never been okay. It has never been okay. I come into this fellowship and people say, love yourself and love others. I'll love me and I'll let you love me just as soon as I fix me. Okay? We'll get to the love shit later. Well, I got to work on me first. I'll pray in a couple of years as soon as I get better, as soon as I work on me some. I'm not okay. Okay? And I'm dealing with a wounded child. That's really what I'm dealing with here, is a wounded child. And if I walked out this door and found a wounded child laying out here in the driveway, I would not wait for the kid to heal before I picked him up and held him and loved him. Yet I think I gotta wait for me to heal before I can be happy, before I can laugh loud and make an ass out of myself, before I can love me, before I can let you love me. I gotta fix me. That's the lie. That's the lie. No, I don't have to fix me. I'm fine. Maybe damaged, maybe in need of repair, but I'm still fine. I'm still all right. I don't have to change these things. See? But I was never okay. All right? My needs were never met, so I begin to become convinced that they're not all right needs. I mean, I don't know how many of you were raised by alcoholic parents, but I know in an alcoholic household as a little boy, there's a couple of three things you learn quick. One is you can't cry. Particularly if dad is into any kind of, So the first time you fall down, cut yourself, hurt yourself, I did off a tricycle, about 3 years old, 2.5, 3 years old. Come in the house with tears streaming down my face. I mean, seeing blood coming from your body for the first time is an unpleasant experience. Okay? Go to Dad in the chair, sucking on his beer. Oh, my knee, I got my knees. Stop crying. I can't stop crying, my knee. If you don't stop crying, I'll give you something to cry for. But I can't stop crying, I've got my... Okay. I got it. They didn't give birth to an idiot. I hooked that one up. I hooked that one up so well at 17 years of age, I laid in Georgia Street Emergency Receiving Hospital in downtown Los Angeles with a surgeon about to take a couple of bullets belonging to the Los Angeles Police Department out of my goddamn body, and I looked the surgeon in the eyes and I told him to take his anesthesia and stick it in his ass. My father would have been proud. Unfortunately, I fainted. About 2.5 minutes into the surgery, but what the hell, I tried, Can't laugh. I don't know how to laugh. You're raised by an alcoholic parent, you can't laugh, you can't have a giggling fit. Children giggle. Two children together giggle absolutely uncontrollably. They go right off the edge of the planet. But you cannot laugh and giggle around a goddamn paranoid because they know who you're laughing at. So you're finished. So now, two really critical, necessary feelings and capacities have been taken away from me. Sadness to tears, happiness to laughter. I can't have those. Those get me hurt. They can get me beaten up or ignored. Ignored. Indifference is as vicious as having your lights punched out. I was raised with an immense amount of indifference. And I have a lot of friends who were, brutalized to the point where bones were put back together with pins because of what their parents did to them. And we've had long talks about the emotional effects of both. And we come out always even. The silence and the indifference is just as vicious to the child as the physical beating. There are some that will argue, there are some experts who will argue more so. Because it's so goddamn subtle. At some point you realize being beaten up is wrong. But you never realize the indifference. See, I can still do that. That's my number one problem is indifference. It's indifference. That's my protection against the whole world. Bottom line is, you're going to leave me? Got to go get a job, another studio? So I don't feel anything. If I can get that indifference, keep that little protection in there, I don't have to feel the sadness of the ending of anything. And yet, reality apparently is this. Sadness is the end of anything. Whether it's divorce, death, job, move, whatever it is, loss of a child, whatever it is, sadness is the end. And if you do not experience the sadness, you haven't ended it. And you'll drag it with you until you do experience the sadness. Until you have done the grieving or experience. And I can't experience sadness because I can't cry. I'm not allowed to cry. I know you women in all these recovery programs are totally pissed off at those guys. I mean, I don't know about down here, but in Southern California, all you hear about is women are furious because they're in relationships with men who aren't in touch with their feelings. I mean, they even have meetings for women who are in relationships with men who aren't in touch with their feelings. Perhaps we'll touch on that tonight. Perhaps if one created an environment in which one felt safer to get in touch with their feelings. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You know why? You don't know how to create an environment for me to get in touch with my feelings. You don't know how. You know why? Because you're scared goddamn to death of my feelings. You are terrorized of them. So you tell me you want my feelings, let me get pissed off. Okay? And you know what happens? Every fucking time Dad got mad, boy, comes churning up in you and you head for the closet. You know, or the phone, or for the sponsor, or the cops, or you're in a rage because I'm mad because the car won't start. Which has nothing to do with you. I were on a camping trip, the fucking tent fell in. Your mate's gone. Let me drop into a state of infancy. Let me really bottom out emotionally and drop into that place of the little child curled up in a little ball who wants to just sob and cry and suck at mommy's breast and be nurtured. And let me tell you how desperately I need you. And next thing I'm sitting there with a puff of smoke. Where'd she go? She did just what Mom always does. I remember trucking across the house, man, 2 years old, you know, wanting that contact, that bonding, that connection with Mom, you know, and I'm looking at a kneecap, you know, and I'm headed for that kneecap, but by the time I get to the kneecap, it's gone. Because she turned around and saw me coming and headed for the kitchen where she lived. Anything happened, she went to the kitchen. Spent her life in the kitchen. And she couldn't cook worth a shit either. Which is really interesting. I never knew that till I ate in a restaurant. Yeah? I had no conception that my mother was a rotten cook. None. Ate in a restaurant, I have no idea, you know? I mean, it was like, what's this? Yeah. So here we are, guys and girls, trying to get together, trying to have relationships, trying to recover, trying to change, and running from the very basic ingredient required, which is my consciousness of my feelings. And until, my opinion anyway, until I'm into that one, I'm just ricocheting off a wall, and I'm creating the walls, you know. And I create them out here sometimes, a little further away, and sometimes I create them a little closer in. But I'm just ricocheting off these walls. I am not moving free through life. I am not happy, joyous, and free. I am not what God intended me to do. What I'm involved in now is undoing all the learned behavior. Give you an idea, and I love it. You take a child, Small child. Couple years old, throwing the ball. First time ever throwing the ball. Pick the ball up, take it again, throw it to him again. So you demonstrate to him. Catching the ball. Throw the ball to him again. Okay? Child does not instinctively catch a ball. It is not intuitive to catch. It is not instinctive to catch. It is learned behavior. Learned behavior. You take a 50-year-old adult male who has never watched a sporting event and never had a ball thrown to him, and you throw him a ball, and he'll go and look up. You learn how to catch the ball. How many times in recovery have you wondered why you're behaving the way you're behaving? You learned how. You were taught how. A lot of good things. One of the things I learned, which is wonderful for a spiritual program, is that life is a bitch. That it's a struggle. That it's hard. And anything that comes easy is bad. And will be taken away. Well, now I've got that over here in this hand, and then I come into here, and you guys say, God loves you so much, He'll give you everything. It will flow into your life effortlessly. So I ignore this for a little while. Say, okay, lay it on me. Oh, there it is. And this hand just sort of comes around and goes. And I've done it. I've done it. I've done it. I have made over $1 million as a writer, and I'm penniless. Penniless. Disgraceful. It's also sad. Wiped it all out. When I couldn't do it alone, I'd get help. I pick angry women for relationships. No one can shop like an angry woman. They can slam dunk Rodeo Drive, man. Well, I encouraged it. I got nothing to say. I can't blame anybody. Because it was that or deal with their feelings. So I'd give them a credit card instead. Here, take this. Because I can't look at your feelings without looking at my feelings. That's why I hate your feelings. People go to ACA meetings, they get nuts. Nuts! That's the sickest goddamn program I've ever been to in my life. They wallow in the sickness. They sit in fucking meetings and yell and pound on the table and cry and snivel and complain and blame and Jesus, I've never seen such sickness. There's no recovery there. If my disease is not being in touch with my feelings, if that's my disease, then I'm sitting anywhere, crying, yelling, banging the table, I am into the first step of recovery. Okay? I'm into step one. My feelings are coming up. And you don't like them. And you don't like them because you're as fucked up as I am. See? You think you got to fix them. I had 5 years of therapy before I went to my first ACA meeting. Went to my first ACA meeting, listened to the whole meeting. I had a list of the people I was going to go help after. I can tell her about that, and then him I should talk to about. It's like, I mean, even I didn't know how to just let somebody express their feelings. In my opinion, you know, it'd be a more honest AA meeting instead of having a candle in front of everybody, spot at a candlelight meeting. They had a box of tissues. Because there was so much feelings coming up that we needed them tissues to blow our nose and wipe our eyes. Because as I experience feelings, I get better. I get better. And in experiencing feelings, I get to the child. To this child who lives in here. Oh, by the way, anybody's got stuffed animals, why don't you bring them to me tonight? Gal over here's got a great bear. Yay. So if you have animals, bring an animal. I have a bear. I'll bring him. He's wonderful. He's from Santa Fe. He's a great bear. I mean, he's got a little lambskin vest on and his mountain hat and red kerchief. He comes along to take care of me now that I've moved. He's worried. He worries about me when I have to come back to California. So he comes along. So I let him protect me. So bring any stuffed animals you might have to the meeting. It's fun to have the animals around. I experienced something on the airplane coming here. It was really interesting. I was sitting in the second row, and in the first row, they put this little girl who was about 10, 11 years old, but overly developed for her age. And she had a bear. She had her teddy bear with her. You know, she's flying alone. She had no plane ticket. My kid wants to get his bear out of the bag and go say, ah, you know, I had a bear too, see? But I live in a society in which I can't do that. I can't do that. If I go approach an 11-year-old girl that's got breasts with a teddy bear, it's goodbye, Charlie, you know. But Your Honor, honest to God, you know. Not long ago, I was going over to Hawaii for a quick trip, one day there and back to speak for the Navy. And I was getting ready to move to Santa Fe. And all the bears, you know, I was going to Hawaii, and some of my bears, a number of my bears have been to Hawaii a few times on a few occasions, and some of them are from Hawaii and have Hawaiian shirts and shorts but I have an old bear I rescued from my mother. He was my bear when I was a little boy. He was located in a closet where he's been for 48 years probably. All the bears took a vote and they decided that he should go to Hawaii. Because he spent his life in a closet, he'd never been anywhere, right? So I we call him the bears, and I call him Grandpa Bear. So I take Grandpa Bear, and away we go. And I'm sitting on the aisle, and there's an empty seat in the middle, and there's a guy sitting over here, sort of a CPA type with his briefcase in front of him. I thought, well, what the hell? The seat's empty, you know. Poor goddamn bear has never been anywhere in his life. At least I should let him ride in the seat. So I get him out, I put him in the seat, put the seatbelt on him, and I don't eat the kind of peanuts they give you on airplanes, so I gave him the peanuts, you know. Guy didn't talk to me for the whole flight. Okay? And it didn't really register. I mean, I was just kind of, you know, I was disappointed. I was only going to have a day in Hawaii. Just a lot of stuff was going on, you know, and it didn't really register. And when I got done with the Navy and the thing, and they gave me a great bear, a real freaky bear with blue hair, and, you know, it was just a great bear. It's a great bear. And I think he's got a U.S. Navy teacher on something. I don't know what the hell he's got. Anyway, I'm coming back on the plane. I'm on the 2-seat side instead of the 3-seat side. I'm by the window, and the seat next to me is empty. There, what the hell? The other little bear, he's never been anywhere. You know, you just gave him. So I take the two bears out, and I put them on the seat side by side, and I put the seatbelt on them, you know, and I give them the peanuts. And I notice now I'm a little more relaxed, and I'm going home. I'm getting back to my business and what I got to do. And I'm noticing that everybody around me is kind of watching me out of the corner of their eye. And at first I was like, you know, and then I realized that they were looking at a 6-foot-tall adult male, graying at the temples, with two teddy bears in the seat next to him. The only possible explanation, of course, is that I was just released. And I'm going home to be with the family. And everybody was real well behaved around me for the whole trip. You know, no bullshit arguments between husband and wives, no unnecessary loud noises, you know. People just kind of went by quietly because of me and the bear. There's something wrong with an adult male who has bears. And yet when people aren't in a social situation, it's interesting because I have 70 bears. So if you come to my house, they're everywhere. Okay? They rule the house. Okay? People love the bears in the privacy of my house. I'm talking about hard-ass, good old boys, you know, from Texas with their boots and hats. You know, God damn, that's a cute bear! You know, where he'd shoot me, you know, if I was walking down the street of Dallas with the bear, you know, or he'd certainly not acknowledge that he knew me. Now, I never saw him before. Fucking faggot with the bear, Jesus Christ, I don't know who he is, man. You know? The tragedy is that's what they're doing to the child. Their child. And mine. And mine. And my kid never did anything for him to do that to me. And I never did anything for that to happen. So, the process of getting in touch with the feelings put me in touch with the child. Oh, that's painful. Oh. Really painful. Why is it painful, Bob? Well, it's painful because the kid is real sad. Real sad. And not only is the child real sad, he's very angry. He's real angry. And he's real angry at the two people he's not supposed to ever get angry at. Mom and Dad. They're sacred. He ain't happy about them. I had an interesting experience here about a year ago. I heard John Bradshaw talk about the thing about sadness being the ending, and I thought, my dad died when I was a year and a half sober, and I never got to see him sober. It's been easy forgiving him, right? Because he ain't around to continue the behavior. My mother is another story. You know, she's still alive, God bless her, and the behavior hasn't changed. So, forgiving her I have a lot of trouble forgiving her. I mean, because the behavior won't change. You know, and it ain't gonna change either, by the way. You know, not in the foreseeable future as far as I can tell. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. That's changed just a little bit in the last couple, 3 weeks. Possibly. I'll give an example. I will not spend Christmas with my family. I won't. I won't do that to the child that lives inside of me ever again. Okay? So I just don't go. It's that simple. They come to understand Christmas Day, one kid ain't there. Me. Gone. Wherever I am, I'm not there. And wherever I am, I'm in a fun situation. Okay? One Christmas, I chose myself to stay home alone and be with me, just me and the inner kid. And I went to bed at night, and I got up and put presents under the tree from Santa, and went back to bed. And then I got up in the morning, Christmas morning, and I got all the bears and put them in a big circle around the tree. And I sat on the floor with the bears, and I opened my presents, and, you know, showed all the bears what was in each package, and had a big time. Then I cooked the turkey for myself. I don't know how to cook turkeys, and I was getting instructions from a friend of mine in Texas who's a gourmet cook. It didn't work. I don't know what happened, but it didn't work. I mean, she had me soak a towel in butter and cover the bird with this towel soaked in butter, but the towel got done about an hour before the bird. Also, it wasn't a new towel. I didn't know it was supposed to be a new towel, had been washed, and this one I think had been washed, but still had some Ajax or something in it, which left a little tinge of a flavor in the bird. It was a little strange. But I cooked the bird anyway, and I had a little piece of the bird, and I mixed my salad, and I made my meal, and I had Christmas dinner. I had a beautiful day. I had a beautiful day. I also had a day free from anxiety, free from tension. A Christmas day free from tension. I had never had a Christmas day free from tension. Tension was acceptable. Tension and Christmas was synonymous. From 20 days before to 20 days after. Okay? So now I go down to see my birthday is also the 30th of December. So I go down to see my mom on I think New Year's Day. I said, well, we'll be down and we'll go out to dinner somewhere. She said, oh no, I'll fix something. I said, what are you going to fix? She said, well, I'm going to fix a real nice salad. I'll fix a big salad and potatoes. And I thought, she finally got the message. After years, it's finally gotten through to her that I'm a vegetarian. And she understands. I thought, great. I was excited. I thought, this is really wonderful. So the lady in my life at that time and she's an adult child, we go to Mom's for New Year's Day. And I'm sitting there and the salad comes out, and the salad's great. It's not made with head lettuce, it's made with romaine and other lettuces. I'm impressed. Properly cut up vegetables in it. And out come the potatoes. The potatoes have been sliced, prepared in a casserole, layered with cheese and sour cream. Okay? I haven't eaten dairy in years. My mother places this casserole on the table with the following words. There's 2 eggs in here, and I know you don't eat eggs, but it's okay. Well, now Lois, who was with me, starts kicking me under the table. Because she's an adult child, but she's from a kind of household where her father was Indian and a violent drunk. And when he didn't like the meal, he'd turn the table over, knock her mother out of the chair, and shove the casserole in her face, So Lois is reacting off her old shit, thinking she knows how I'm ready to go right out through the roof over this casserole, right? So she's kicking me. So I think, I won't say anything. So I take the potatoes and I scrape off the cheese and the sour cream and shove it all to the side in the plate and I eat potatoes. And my mother says, but apples for dessert. Oh, great. I'll go to the kitchen and get one. Half the world knows I eat red, delicious apples. I can go to a meeting in goddamn Salmon Arm, British Columbia, and somebody will give me 3 red, delicious apples, right? So I say, I'll go get apples, and Lois starts kicking me again. Because Lois has seen the apples. Lois knows they aren't red, delicious apples. Lois knows that they're apples I hate more than any other apple in the goddamn world, right? A Macintosh, right? Now, some people love them. I have nothing. I just personally, right? My mother brings out the Macintosh apples and puts them on the table. Now, I'm supposed to be working on forgiveness here, right? Here's a woman who knows what the hell I eat. No big goddamn mystery or secret. It's not like I hide from her and sneak eat my food and pretend that I really eat pot roast and potatoes, So I don't say anything, because I got Lois kicking me under the table. I eat my apple. Now, while I'm eating my apple, the little kid who lives inside of me is dying. He's dying. He is so sad and so angry. And he's sad because I'm not protecting him. And I'm not taking care of him. And he's angry because I'm not protecting him and because I'm not taking care of him. And when I left the house and drove away down the street. Finally, in my car, Lois said something about, well, it wasn't exactly an ideal dinner, and I just went, screamed for about half a mile, actually. Felt better. But I usually have to scream after I leave Mother's house, so I'm having trouble with forgiveness there. I'd love to, but it's a bitch. It's so hard because the behavior will change, you know. It's like, and he can't confront me. She's an old lady. I can't confront her, beat her up with all this bullshit, or at least my therapist said, you know. I mean, it's not, I think if there's an advantage for those of us who are 50 and under in ACA, is that we see the double-edged sword, which is not only what our parents did, but what we did as parents. I mean, you know, I can't look at their half without looking at my half, which makes it even more fun, you know. Sends you home really feeling good about life and stuff. But at least my kids can confront me if they get in, you know, if I can guide them into that program, they can come to me and say, "You're an asshole! You son of a bitch!" I say, "You're right. You're absolutely right." I heard it summed up better than in a spontaneous situation, I heard it summed up really better than I've ever heard it put. A girl I knew in AA was celebrating her first birthday. Okay? Her mother, 4 years sober, had no money, couldn't buy her a present. She called her on the phone. She said, "Look, on this your first birthday, the only thing I can give you is this. I want you to know that I, your mother, am responsible for most of the problems you have in your life today." She said, "I want you to know I'm responsible that you can't have a meaningful relationship with a man. I'm responsible that you don't know how to hold a goddamn job. I'm responsible that you don't know how to have any stability in your life. I'm responsible for your emotional fears. I am responsible." She said, "But on this, your first birthday in AA, understand, for your sake, you're responsible for the solution." That's it. That's what it comes down to. That's it. Well, I can't tell you how good it makes me feel to know I ain't at fault. I'm not at fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that I don't know how to just be a feeling person and walk around and let you see who I really am. That I have to pretend and create and manufacture personalities and people, you know, and controlled existence. And when you're initially into abstaining from alcohol or drugs or food or whatever it is, a little controlled existence might be all right. Yes, it's necessary. The point in recovery where we gotta let go. Let go. And what's gonna emerge is you. And you know what you are? A human being. With feelings. Sometimes inappropriate to the situation. Which may make you look foolish. You don't want to look foolish. Rather die than look foolish. I won't go if there's a chance I'll look foolish. I won't risk it. A while ago I was going off on was an avid, this is the wrong county to say this in, but anyway, staunch, rabid, foaming at the mouth Raiders fan, had been for years, long before they came to L.A. And one Sunday came a game and there was none of the people that I went with were going. So I went and got an A ticket to take me and the child to the game. Now, I let the child dress for the game, okay? He gets to wear a long-sleeved gray shirt, sort of silver gray. He gets to wear the black Raiders t-shirt. He gets to wear the hat, the Raiders hat. He gets to, thank you. He gets to carry the little pom-pom, black and silver pom-pom. And he gets to have this kerchief that's black, that's the Raiders with the skull and crossbones on, right? The adolescent, of course, who lives inside and he can't stand it, but because he's got to look cool. Yeah. Take that shit off, God damn! the girls will laugh at us. And I'm walking into the Coliseum, and I'm almost to the ticket gate, and I get this feeling inside of apprehension. Just, ugh. And I say to the child, what's the matter? The child says, I'm afraid because we're not going to be sitting with anybody we know that you won't let me cheer. Boy, does that one go back. So I said to the child, I don't know. I don't know. I understand your fear, and I'll do the best I can. I don't know what else to tell you. And the child and I go into the football game. I find my seats. On this side of me, I have 4 people in their 60s in their tweed jackets with leather patches on their elbows, with their blankets, thermos, right? This side, an equally conservative, I don't even remember, male or female. When the game was over, it had been a typical Raider game in which they won in the last 6 seconds. And this little lady in her tweed jacket sitting next to me with the leather patches on the elbow said, I am thoroughly convinced the only reason they won was because of your cheering. That's what the kid inside of every one of us needs. It's okay to look silly. It's okay to look foolish. Because some days my kid dresses me. I go out of the house, I don't believe it, you know. I go out of the house anyway, you know. I figure, what the hell, you know. I'm trying to get loose with it, you know. But occasionally his combinations of stuff is, really strange. I mean, he loves these shirts, you know. I mean, to travel on planes and stuff, he loves to wear shirts. Got things on them, say things, animals. Hard to look distinguished in this t-shirt. Bitch. Trying to look cool. Yeah. Feelings. It seems to me that, the interesting thing about the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, the big book, the 12 Steps, is that they're designed fine. They're designed perfectly. They're even designed to deal with actually the ACA issue without even having an ACA. But don't anyone ever misinterpret what I'm saying. I think ACA is necessary, critical, and will be bigger than AA in 10 years just because of its need. And I'm privileged to travel to ACA things all over the country. So I can see what's going on, see the movement. Also, I see the feud with Al-Anon and AA, which is humorous. I laugh. A lot of people just get nuts over that one, you know. The co-alcoholic and the alcoholic didn't want us when we were kids. Why the fuck should it change now? Yeah. I mean, why does anyone think that there should be change, you know? Al-Anon, of course, wants control. They want to control it. Oh, yes, ACA is part of us, but you can't read this, this, or this. It's okay. They just get scared. People get scared, you know. ACA is a terrible program. Because for the first time in the history of Al-Anon, the behavior of the co-alcoholic is being called into the spotlight right alongside the alcoholic. Kids are screaming and saying, why didn't you get us out? Why did you not get us out? What in you is so sick or so damaged that you couldn't rescue yourself and you couldn't rescue us? And it's no longer okay. You know? So if you run into heat and issues with Al-Anon people, let's just be real understanding. You know, it's just fear. You know, it creates a turmoil, tremendous turmoil. And the main reason it creates turmoil, again, is a feeling. You know? It's like we run for bomb shelters when there's feelings. Walk into an AA meeting, man, and walk up to someone and says, "Hey, Bob, how are you?" "Oh, I'm terrible. I feel so bad. I can't stand it." "Oh, Mary. I don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to know I'm terrible. They're not bad people. They're not bad people. It's just that they're afraid. Because I'm making something happen inside of them when I'm expressing my feelings. All their old stuff comes up, and it's tremendous. You want to know why you're upset when somebody's into their feelings when they're around you? Because it's turning a volcano in you. I mean, you're not just reacting to their feelings of the moment. If we could do that, man, we'd be crushed. We'd have 20 million members today. Happy, laughing, sober, abstinent, having a great time. But we don't react to the feeling of the moment. You start feeling, I bring up everything from, 50 years of living that I haven't experienced. The only feelings I don't have to put into it are those that I've allowed myself to experience. The more feelings I allow myself to experience, the less energy comes up when you express your feelings to me. It's not such an explosion. But you want to run for cover. In AA, we support failure more than we support success. Always have. Always have. Go to your local little meeting. I use this example all the time. Let little Henry, who sits in the corner and never says much to anybody, one night just be sitting there bouncing in his chair. He's got to share so bad. Comes his turn and up goes his arm. Henry says, "Let me tell you what happened to me. I just got a brand new job with a brand new company. They're going to pay me $500,000 a year. They gave me a $50,000 bonus just to sign the goddamn contract. The company cars up front is a Rolls Royce. I can't believe it. I'm so happy. I can't stand it." I want to see who goes to coffee with Henry after the meeting that doesn't want something from him. But conversely, let Henry come back 6 months later. He'll be sitting there kind of dejected. And his turn to share comes, and he says, "Wow, you know what happened, man? Goddamn company lost its biggest contract, went bust. They canceled my contract. Can't believe it. After me, there'll be 20 people around. You lose everything? Even the car?" Why don't we do that? I don't know those people. How come? We're not bad people. We're not malicious people. Why the hell would we do that with somebody? Well, the way I've come to understand it is this. I know why I did it. I didn't have any self-esteem. I have no self-esteem. Because I know something's wrong with me, and that I'm not enough. So the minute Henry shares his joy, I think he got mine. He got mine. The son of a bitch got mine. Now mine's not out there. So I am stuck in a no-hope situation here. I have no hope. He got it. So now when he loses it, I'm delighted because now mine's out there again. It's got nothing to do with Henry. It's got to do with the fact that I don't have enough self-worth to believe that we both can have ours. And that mine's out there no matter what you do. I mean, one of the sayings that Unity has used for a long time, I'm sure it's from someplace else, is that no human power can come between you and God's good for you. They can't. They don't have the power. Unless you choose to give it to them. They don't have the power. They don't have the power. But if I don't have any self-esteem, I don't believe that. I believe they got the power. If you're unemployed and looking for work and Monday you're going to go out for a job interview, you're going to go in to see somebody sitting on the other side of the desk who's a personnel director. If you believe the guy on the other side of the desk has the power to hire you, he does. And if you walk into the same office and know in your heart that the guy does not have the power to hire you or not to hire you, he may think he has. but he doesn't have it, you'll be fine. And I know that's true because it's happened to me on a number of occasions. It's happened to 100 friends of mine on a number of occasions where we have sat in front of some personnel director at some company who has looked us right in the eyes and said, "You're not qualified for the job. I have no idea why I'm hiring you." And hired us anyway. And to work we went. Of course, it also means accepting the wall and turning left. On a more positive note, we were just saying in the van, "Oh, it's a shame you couldn't got here earlier." I said, "Oh, I got plenty of time to make everybody feel really miserable." I got this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow morning. That's all I need. I know this stuff is tough stuff, and I know you get mad, and I know some of you are going to be really pissed at me, because I'm a good focus, I mean, people get furious, just intense, enraged. I would say these things. I don't blame you. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, I know that. I come here to upset you. I heard an Al-Anon speaker say one time, the responser told her that now that she was in recovery, her responsibility was to disturb the comfortable and comfort the disturbed. I believe that. I'm here to disturb the comfortable. So if you're uncomfortable, that's okay. I'm not upset. And if you're really mad at me, that's okay. I know, it's a bitch. It's a bitch. Because I'm making stuff happen in here, and you don't want to let it happen. And you don't want to cry about it, or laugh about it, or be mad about it. You don't want to look at it, because you know it hurts. There's an intuition in you that says, this hurts bad. And it's right. It hurts bad. It's a bitch. Just a bitch. You can cry and sob and yell and scream until you lose your voice and your throat's hoarse, and you can punch out of bed until your knuckles bleed, and you could get a lot of stuff up. But the result is freedom from the past. An example of the 12 steps used as to how I understand they're supposed to be used. See, the old guys didn't miss a trick. They didn't miss a trick. And when it says, exact nature of our wrongs, exact nature, man, look up the words, exact nature. Because every goddamn inventory I've ever heard stops short. And I really got in touch with this a while ago. I was talking to a guy on the phone. He was taking an inventory, and he was saying, he was in ACA, he was taking the inventory and saying, well, he says, I'm starting to remember some of the childhood stuff, He said, particularly, he said, I remember this kid down the street from me, man. Every Christmas, man, he always got 10 times as many toys as I did, and they were always better toys. And I really resented him. I said, yeah? And? He says, nothing. I resented him. It says, put down, your resentments. I resented him. I said, and? He says, and what? I said, and? I said, if you cut it off, you resent him because he got more toys and more expensive toys, you really look like an asshole. A selfish, sniveling kid. I said, how about adding to that you resented him because the toys represented love to you. And those toys represented the love you weren't getting in the house you lived in, and you didn't hate him for the goddamn toys, you hated him for what the toys represent. The toys represent love. Why don't you look at that? Of course, then he started to sob on the other end of the phone. Now we know why he didn't want to look at that, because that's a bitch. Better look like a jerk. You got better toys, and I hated the punk. I'm saying I didn't get much because nobody cared enough to take time to shop. Okay. So yeah, you're right. This is real tough stuff. But God, I got to tell you, the freedom that comes from it is, I'm having the best time. I have a lot of fun today. I never knew how to have fun because you can't look good and have fun. You got to be willing to look silly to have fun. You can't have real fun and look cool. The two are not synonymous. They don't go together. And I mean, like, I've just moved recently to a new area. I've never been river rafting in my life, And the minute I got to Santa Fe, the kid says, I want to ride a raft down the river. And I thought, right? Our bones are old, man. I don't know. We're not in good shape. We haven't worked out in 6 weeks, And then I heard all the bullshit. I heard my own speeches, which were my parents' speeches, which is why we never went anywhere and never did anything. So I said to the kid, we'll go tomorrow. I drove into town, went to the river rafting place and said, sign me up. We're off. Went and had a wild time, man. Best time ever. In fact, I'm going to go up to Colorado next week, do it on a bigger river. It's fun. It's a great rush. It's a tremendous. And got wet, and there was water fights, and it looked stupid, and I came back, everything was soaked, and it was just, and the kid was just thrilled. He didn't care it was 7 o'clock at night, it was a thunderstorm, it was pouring rain, we're dripping wet when we're walking back to our car from the river. He didn't care. Kids don't care. And you want to learn about the danger of all these feelings? Go to the playground and watch the children. And you'll learn probably the most critical thing that you need to know if you're going to start experiencing your feelings, which is they're fleeting. They're fleeting. Watch a kid in a playground. Be sitting in the corner of the sandbox, absolute disaster. Ah! Screaming, crying, miserable, just destroyed. And then he'll cough. Look over here at what this kid's playing with, and that's it. He's done. It's over. Yet all we try and do is stuff it. Hold it down. That's what we were taught. That's what was done to us. Hold it down. I'm on an airplane. I still think this way. I was thinking, I got off the plane the other day and I thought, got a kid in front of me who's really a good kid, a little kid. And I thought, oh, shit. Why am I saying he's a good kid? I'm saying he's a good kid because he's a quiet kid. Good kid because he was a quiet kid. That's my conception of good, quiet. And yet, I'm not disturbed by screaming children. They don't bother me. I don't get nuts with it. I love it. I don't care if the kid's blowing off in the restaurant, in the airplane, the bank. I don't care. I'd rather see a parent let the kid blow it off than see him stuff it. There's a book out that if you want to start really getting into heavy stuff, which is called For Your Own Good by Alice Miller, or a book called Drama of the Gifted Child by Alice Miller. She's a German psychiatrist. One of her books, in essence, says if Hitler had children, we probably wouldn't have had World War II. But unfortunately, he didn't have children. So he couldn't dump the European child-rearing process on them. He just dumped it on Poland instead. But she said, like the whole world focuses on Jesus Christ. And yet, if you want to talk about child-rearing, you should focus on Mary and Joseph. Because Mary and Joseph were the perfect parents. First, they knew they were raising the child of God. Secondly, although he went places they didn't understand and did things that frightened them, they never interfered. They learned from the child. Learned from the child. And yet, I'll share this one. This is in one of the two books. This is out of a child-rearing manual written 200 years ago. 100 years ago. I forget when it was. 100 years ago. I don't remember. 100, 200 years ago. That's not important. A long time ago. It's telling the parent that when the child is small, a couple of months old, in its bed, if it begins to cry, what you should do is you go in and first make sure the child has no needs. Make sure their pamper is dry. Make sure they don't have gas. Once you have established that the child has no needs, then make it very clear to this child, remember they're talking about a baby in a crib, that the crying is not acceptable. And if they don't first, and you can do that by making a loud noise. And if they persist over a period of time, if the loud noise is not enough, you may have to physically strike the child to get the child to understand that crying when they have no need is not acceptable. And if you are successful in this part of your child rearing, as they get older, A simple look will be enough. I have spent most of my adult life reacting to the expressions on the faces of other people who probably weren't even looking at me or may have had gas. But I die. I get into change. What have I got to change about me in order to alter that expression on their face? I live now guided by my intuition, which is, some will say, the child. There are many metaphysical teachers and prophets today who will say it's critical that you find the child, because it is through this child that God will speak to you. God is the child. Whoa. Huh? Think of that next time you head for the Oreos or the, Marlboros or the, coffee or the whatever. Feelings is a matter of experiencing them. Recovery is a matter of information that you don't have. And again, it's back to the thing, we beat ourselves up for not doing things, not knowing things that we were never taught. I always get a little heat every now and then about this one. It's like, with OA, it's like, in my opinion, let's get to it. I'll get your mind off the feeling stuff. We'll lighten it up, get you really pissed off. There's a lot of things that are coming, information that's being presented to us today based on a lot of scientific study, which is once theory, once speculation, now fact. And yet, we ignore this information, okay? One of probably the most vital pieces of information coming out of the underground pipeline today is that nutrition and mental health are hand in hand. Okay? The big secret that's being whispered in the back hallways of the scientific laboratories is, you are where you eat. They know it now to be a fact. Okay? Of all the organizations, A, NA, GA, EHA, whatever the hell the rest of them are, the one, seems to me, that should have the strongest focus on nutritional consciousness would be you guys. We're not supposed to think about food. I got a handy piece of information for you. A lot of foods, by their nature, set off cravings. Okay? Most processed foods will do that. Because of the chemicals used in the processing, they trigger a physical craving. Also, foods you are allergic to, you will crave. Foods that are really bad for you, you will crave the most. Okay? So, I don't care how many goddamn steps you're working. I don't care what food list you called into your sponsor this morning. If you're sucking up a can of, sloppy joes, right, on a piece of 7-grain bread, your health food lunch, you may want to eat as soon as you're done with your meal. And your immediate instinct will be to beat yourself up. What's wrong with you? You're not working a good program. You still want more food. You still want to eat. I told you weren't working this program right. You're never going to goddamn make it. Reality might just be what you ate. I hate to say that, I mean, I'm not denying compulsive overeating. I went on a sugar tear for 6 months one time. It absolutely astounded me and everyone who knew me. Treated it just like a narcotic. I'm hypoglycemic, so it works like a narcotic too. It's great stuff. Puts you right out. You get one quick high for about 4 seconds and then to sleep. When I quit smoking, I didn't know that cigarette tobacco in the United States is cured in sugar. I had no idea. Yeah, it's cured in sugar. They use sugar to cure the tobacco. So when I gave up the tobacco, my body had lost a major source of sugar. And it wanted sugar. I'm talking serious sugar. No lightweight bullshit sugar. It wanted sugar. And I'd treat it like I did. I'd sit home. You know, I was living in Montecito at the time. I'd be sitting home at night. It'd be 10 minutes to 11 at night. I'd be sitting there very comfortable, saying, well, there's no ice cream in the house, but it's okay. It's not important that there's no ice cream in the house. I could have a glass of water and go to bed like the guy next door tonight. I don't have to have ice cream. It's no big fucking deal that there's no ice cream. Those words are lethal to me. The minute I say no big deal, lethal. I better start looking at something because I'm pushing everything in. 5 minutes to 11, I'm out of the house in a dead run, into the car, 100 miles an hour down Santa Ynez Road into Montecito Village, broadside to a stop in front of 31 Flavors. Through the door I go as the guy's coming with his keys to lock it up. Get my quart of pralines and cream, my jar of butterscotch topping, and my jar of dry roasted cashews. Go home and get a bowl, and I mean a bowl. I don't mean a chicken shit cereal bowl. I'm talking about a bowl. And make a sundae. Shortly after eating the sundae, I would be unconscious. Which is fine with me because I was in a relationship that was on the rocks anyway, and I didn't have to deal with her because I was out on the couch. With sugar. Probably put on 50 pounds more than I have on me now. Got off of sugar by eating apples. That's the snack I allow myself. Red apples. But again, you know, I don't have the problem with red apples. I don't leave. If I go home tomorrow night to my place and I get in the apartment and there's no red apples in my apartment, I'm not going to get in the car and go 100 miles an hour to the apple store. But I will the sugar store, or I will the salt store, or I will the grease store. Love grease. My body loves grease. Don't you dare steam it when you can fry it. I don't eat grease, but my body would love to have it. And if it gets any, if I'm stuck, traveling is a terror sometimes. Traveling is like, usually my only hope is to try and find a Chinese restaurant in a small town, negotiate with the cook, and then I can usually come out okay. Because I can get vegetables and rice and a few things and I'm all right. Sometimes I can't find a Chinese restaurant. Now it's, truck stop city, which can be a salad and maybe they don't even know what a baked potato is, French fries. And I'll eat a salad, a big salad, and I'll eat French fries. I walk out after French fries. It's like, maybe we should go back and have more French fries. But when I eat French fries, I know I'm eating shit. Okay? I mean, I'm not sitting there deluding myself that I'm having a healthy snack. I know it's garbage. Okay? I don't eat processed foods. I haven't eaten processed foods in years. I haven't eaten sugar in years. There's a lot of stuff I don't eat anymore. Okay? So I'm just throwing out, if what I eat, and it does affect my mental health. Okay? I can't remember what the hell I ate. I ate something somewhere not long ago at night in a restaurant. Oh, we went out to a restaurant and I couldn't negotiate well because it was a Mexican restaurant in Santa Fe. And anyway, my dinner was not good. It was like it had cheese in it and it had salt in it and it had a lot of stuff in it that I'm not used to. The problem with this, if you begin to really finally take care of yourself, is that you do get clean. Your body's really affected by stuff. More so, the cleaner you get. I went home that night, I went to bed, I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning so filled with anxiety I couldn't go back to sleep. It had nothing to do with the program I work. Nothing. Had nothing to do with my spiritual fitness. It had nothing to do with the prayers I said or didn't say before I went to bed. It had to do with the type of food that I ate. That's it. So, you might want to start thinking about, if you don't already, I'm starting to meet a lot of people in OA around the country who are vegetarians and are really nutritionally conscious. But I also hear from them that they run into a lot of flack when they start trying to discuss the stuff at meetings. It's like a heated thing. So I'm bringing this up so you'll have something to, you know, walk around the trees here and talk about my death. Killing, what does he know? I'm convinced, absolutely, totally, thoroughly convinced beyond the shadow of any doubt, that if Dr. Bob and Bill Wilson founded AA, the same 12-step recovery program that you use, if they founded it today, brand new, August, whatever the hell this is, 1986, nutrition, exercise, and therapy would be integral parts of the program. Absolute. They didn't have the information then. They put into this fellowship all the information they had, and Bill Wilson never stopped looking for more. Never stopped looking for more. Whether he was trying niacin, whether he was at the nutritionist when he was dying, he fought smoking his whole career, whether he was taking acid, it doesn't matter. Bill and Dr. Bob, for Christ's sakes, used to sit at Dr. Bob's houses and have seances to see if the spirits had any ideas to help him out. Okay? And we get careful. Well, I don't know if that's good for me, you know, exercise. An example of recovery to me would be this. One example. And then we'll let you go pissed off. I have a friend on the program who was just a drunk. Not a drug addict or anything else, just a drunk, you know, made his wife's life miserable, made his children's life miserable, destroyed his business, you know, laid in gutters, peed in his pants, and came to AA 24 years ago and got sober. Put a life back together, basic life, got a new business, new wife, kind of got things together. Went along, sponsored people, had panels in institutions. Started to exercise a little bit because he began to feel a need like maybe he should. About 6 years ago, they said to him, you got cancer. Clean up your affairs. It's over. Fred said, nah, I ain't going for it. And for the little drop in the pond that he had made into recovery, into physical recovery, he went nuts. He got into running hard, got into bicycling fiercely, started to swim in the ocean every opportunity he had, and took his medication, took his whatever treatment they were giving for the cancer, changed all his eating, got rid of the shit, got to cut any garbage out, and just drove on and said, I ain't going. November last year, 61 years of age, 23 years sober, Fred was on the Big Island in Hawaii. He was there for the Ironman, cancer in remission. And he swam his 2.5 miles in his ocean, and he bicycled his 112 miles, and he ran his 26 miles in 15 hours and finished. That to me is recovery. I'm so proud of him, man. It just makes me just, you know. Because, see, we don't know how. It's the only reason we don't do this stuff is we don't know how. If you want to know why you don't know how to take care of yourself, look at Mom and Dad. I can't get my fucking mother to walk around the block. I buy her running shoes, socks, books. I can't get her to go a block. And I wonder why I never knew how to take care of myself. I never understood the value, because that's what we're really talking about here, is taking care of yourself. Taking care of you, and it's hard, because you don't know how. You're not bad. You're not a bad person. You just don't have the information. You don't know how. That's all.
All we're talking about is becoming, what does the book say? Open-mindedness, man. That closed-mindedness will kill us quicker than anything. I'm only talking about open-mindedness to new information that may change your life. I think it's healthier for people to give up 3 meetings a week and go to the aerobic class 3 nights a week. Or go to a gym 3 nights a week. You know? Get your ass out there and get the body moving. You'll work out a lot of negative energy, man. I mean, I've run a lot of homicides out. A lot of people are alive today because I got out there and pounded the pavement, you know. That's all we're talking about, you know. It's stuff you just don't know how. And you know what the cross is? It's that thing in me that there's something wrong with me and I won't do things that I don't know how because I'm afraid I'll look foolish because I don't want you to find out something's wrong with me instead of just being able to walk out there and say, I don't know how to do this. Would somebody please teach me? There's going to a school that has a running clinic, say, I don't know how to run. Or going to a sports medicine institute, say, look, I'm a little overweight, you know, I'm X number of years old, what the hell do I do here? You know? And let them tell you. Instead of thinking you got to work all this out in the closet by yourself with no information. Oh, the mind will tell you, oh, it's okay, we'll figure it out, don't worry. 4 years later, you're still figuring it out. You know, there's a lot of preventative medicine out there today, a lot of sports medicine doctors. You know, you got problems, you go say, hey, I think I'd like to start exercising. What can I do? What can I do? And they'll tell you what you can do. They'll test you. They'll find out how strong your bones are, how good your heart is, how good your lungs are. And they'll tell you what you can do to start. May only be walk around the block. May only be, you know, whatever it is. It is. I tore my knee up running, so I do a lot of bicycling now instead. My kid loves to bicycle. Loves to bicycle. Christ, it's a little unhappy at 7,000 feet. We're going to a real serious period of adjustment right now. I can't breathe up there. Fucking near died the first time out. Gee. I thought they're going to take me to the hospital. Anyhow, I think that's enough information to enlighten your afternoon. Oh, by the way, I spent just a couple of real quick fun ones. I spent some time here not long ago, a couple of months ago, with probably the most spiritual human being I've ever met in my life. Who's silly, by the way. I don't know how much time we spent out running around trying to find people who... But the most evolved people I have ever met are very silly people. I mean, they're really silly people. They just giggle a lot and laugh a lot, and they just don't take very much very serious. And I was talking with this guy, and he laughed, and he said, enlightenment, enlightenment. He said, oh, God, when are people just going to learn? Enlightenment just means lighten up. And we're talking about, I mentioned old souls to him. He says, old souls? Because we always put a lot of priority on old souls. You know? He says, old souls? Old souls are slow learners. Oh. And the other thing he said, which really rocked my life, made me able to make this change in 2 weeks' decision to give up 42 years of my life in California and move to another state and just walk out the door and close it behind me and feel good about it. He said, there is one purpose to life here as we know it. That purpose is to learn. That is the only thing any of us are here for, is to learn. And if the only reason we are here is to learn, you cannot, under any circumstances, fail. You can't. We have never failed. We have just learned. See you tonight with your animals. God bless you. Better? Is that what they wanted? Closer? I'm not mechanically inclined. Who said don't touch it? My mother's here telling me not to touch it. I am Bob Earll, still, and a drug addict and alcoholic. I'll tell a little story. I mean, that Don't Touch It reminded me of a story that John Bradshaw tells about, he tries to, about shame, and how we often have difficulty with relationships and with any sense of, with our sexuality and with any, and where we get this feeling of dirtiness about sex. And he said it begins really subtly. You take a little Farquhar, right? Now he comes, it's a name he chose, so I figure I'm telling his story, I might as well use his name. He comes out in the kitchen one day, he's about 1.5 years old, and he kind of toddles up to his mother, and he sticks his finger in his eye, and he goes, "Eye!" And his mother just goes, "Oh, God, wow, that's great, Farquhar," and kisses him up and hugs him and takes him out and loads him in the car and drives him to Grandma's house, and they run him into the kitchen at Grandma's house, and they say, "Show Grandma, show Grandma." And Farquhar goes, "Aye!" And that's neat. And that night, Daddy comes home from work and, "Show Daddy, show Daddy." And Daddy comes in from work, and little Farquhar stands there and goes, "Aye!" And oh, Daddy picks him up and kisses him, hugs him. Farquhar feels all right. A couple weeks later, he comes out in the kitchen, he goes, "Ew!" And he gets the same wondrous response from all the parents. And he's really delighted. So a few weeks later, he comes out in the kitchen, he goes, "Nose!" And they're all excited at this child's capacity to learn. And then there's a big family dinner, and little Farquhar walks into the living room with no clothes on and goes, "Penis!" And they pick him up, run him out of the room, and tell him what a bad boy he is. Now Farquhar's got a little problem. He's just been shamed. He's just been shamed. And if you think that stuff doesn't matter, lots of luck with your recovery. Don and I were talking during dinner about the fact that if you come out of particularly abusive homes, whether the abuse is by being ignored or the abuse is by being beaten, how we continue to create those relationships in our adult life. And we continue to bring into our life people that treat us the same way because it's familiar and it's comfortable. And people with an absence of self-esteem and an absence of identity will always go for the familiar. Always go for the familiar and the comfortable. Never for the new, the different, and the unusual. Because we must have that sense of safety. And the sense of safety comes from the familiar. Forget pain. Forget pain. You know, there's a line, people hate the line, but it's really true, which is that there is no pain in change. None. Absolutely none. There's a small amount in the resistance to change, but once you make the decision, the pain is gone. I mean, when you finally hit that point at home where out of complete, absolute, total desperation, you just scream at the top of your lungs, "Oh, fuck it! I don't care!" Pain is gone. All that anxiety, that hanging on and the clenched jaw, you know, and the tight muscles in the neck and the back and the scrunch, it's all gone. You just let it go. You just let the outcome be turned over to a power greater than yourself. And the only thing that forced you to do that was your pain from hanging on. Your pain from hanging on. People always say, "Oh boy, pain, geez, I don't like pain, and I don't like fear." I love them all. They're great, man. They're tools. They keep you moving. They keep you moving. More people. I don't know about anybody else. I say goodbye to more people and attend more funerals over complacency than pain or fear. You know, they find that one safe little niche. They say the compulsive obsessive personality, if they find a rut, will furnish it. You know, just move in, furnish it, and ignore everything else. Hey, this is okay, not bad. I like it here. Two guys who recently moved from California back to India, young guys came into AA, okay? They had been all over the world prior to AA. They had been, can we can the conversations? You'll throw it out for everybody. They had spent years in India. I mean, they've been vegetarians since children because they were raised in the peace movement, right? They'd been throughout India. They had walked the rivers. They had lived in the caves with the gurus. They had been in the Himalayas. They had lived with the Tibetan monks. They had walked barefoot in the snow in the winter with Edgar Casey's people in Virginia Beach. They had been all over the globe searching, okay? Searching, praying, meditating, eating the right foods, looking, man, driven like nobody I ever met in my life. The only thing that kept them from getting the message was the heroin they were shooting. Okay? I'm not done. A year and a half ago, they wandered into the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. We handed them the big book, said, here, try this. The first two people in the 24 years I've been around these recovery programs who I met who loved the big book, okay? Loved it. They just flipped out. They said, this is the best goddamn stuff I've ever read in my life. Christ the Essenes were teaching this 2,000 years before Jesus ever walked the face of the earth. This is incredible stuff. This can set us free from our addiction, okay? So they used it. Pop, pop. No more heroin addiction, okay? Now, a whole world opens to them based on everything they did before. Whether it was being judged as right or wrong, they're being in India shooting heroin, being in the Himalayas shooting heroin, being in Virginia Beach. Doesn't matter. Now they've got all this that they masked, this knowledge, whether it's nutritional, spiritual, metaphysical, anything, and they start to apply this program to their life. And I watched these two guys go through this goddamn program like skyrockets. Like skyrockets. In 6.5 months, they'd worked all 12 steps, better than anybody else I ever seen working, right? And then, you know what? They were appalled by the nutritional habits of the people in AA. Appalled. I watched one of them walk in a clubhouse in North Hollywood, and there was one of our staunch 30-year sober members sitting in his chair with his cup of coffee, unable to breathe on his 60th cigarette of the morning, with his stack of cookies in front of him, and this kid looked at him and says, "What are you doing?" And the guy says, "What do you mean?" The kid says, "What the fuck are you doing? God has given you another chance at life, another shot. And you sit here taking your life bite by bite, sip by sip, and puff by puff. How can you do that?" You know what the answer was for this old-time AA'er? When you're sober as long as I am, you'll understand. Okay? I hope I never understand. So, I don't think, and this is my opinion, and I'm willing to listen to all yours, raising anybody's consciousness about anything, even if they use it incorrectly, is bad. Because if they're going to take nutritional information and beat themselves to death with it, they're going to fuck themselves over on the big book, you know. I mean, you can send yourself out, you know. So, our problem is absence of information and tools, and you know, God will heal me. Where the hell do you think all these tools come from? I mean, you think therapy is like the devil? And your local aerobics class is sponsored by Satan? And nutritional information is being presented by the Communist Party? I mean, where the hell do you think all this stuff is coming from? Either there is God or there isn't God. Either He's all-powerful, all-present, or all-loving, or He doesn't exist. And if He's all-powerful, all-present, and all-loving, then these are tools that He's giving me to get me back to where I should be, which is at His side. But I can't be back at His side when I'm stuffing my body with toxins. Okay? Now, let's talk about recovery for a minute. There's a place in New York, in the Catskill Mountains in New York, called East Ridge. Somebody knows of East Ridge? Or just the Catskill? All right. East Ridge is run by a gentleman by the name of Tom Powers. Tom Powers is one of the first 100 members of the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. Probably one of the last 2 or 3 alive. Tom, unfortunately, sort of dropped out of AA as we know it. Not that he stayed away from the principles for 1 second. He's not ready to die yet. He's about 73 years old. His youngest child is 2. He's a recognized yogi, and he's recently cured himself of cancer a few years ago. He took a walk when he said to his friends after about 20 years, he said, "You know what? You're watering this thing down, guys. This is and always has been and always will be intended for one purpose only, a spiritual awakening. That's the goal. That's what we're after here. Screw the tools, that's the goal, the spiritual awakening." So he founded a little place in the mountains in Catskill. And initially, to get it going, he would go into New York to the Bowery, and he'd just get guys that didn't care anymore, you know. They would have fucking gone to Lebanon, you know. "Oh, yeah, sure, what the hell, let's go, you know. If they got wine there, I'll go, you know." And he took them out, and he began to get the community going, okay? Now, you can go there for any length of period you want, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, the rest of your life now. It's a community. It's a big community, okay? Unfortunately, however, when you walk through the doors as a newcomer, they are not quite, and they take compulsive overeaters as well as drug addicts and alcoholics and any other kind of problem you might manifest. They aren't quite as tolerant as we are. No, you can be a compulsive overeater. It's just fine. You may not like it when you get there, but you can be one when you arrive. That is the end of it as far as the physical practicing of the disease will be, because you'll have to kill somebody to get more food, okay? The minute you walk through the door, you will give up drugs, you'll give up alcohol, you'll give up caffeine, you'll give up cigarette, you'll give up processed foods, you'll give up sugar, you'll give up salt. You'll be fed 3 nutritionally well-balanced meals a day. You'll learn how to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. You'll learn to pray and meditate. You'll learn to go to the chapel and sing songs. You'll learn to exercise. Then you get your breakfast. And you'll learn to work hard. You'll be helped with the program by people who may or may not like you while they're helping you through this process of getting in touch with who you really are. And that's generally the program. There is no slack. If you say to Tom, "Why, Tom, would you be so extreme?" And Tom will say, "Because they're goddamn keeping us asleep. And they're trying to keep us asleep with what they feed you." Okay? It is the cigarettes, the caffeine, the salt, the processed foods, the sugar that keep you in a stupor. You know, I mean, you guys use it like we use our drugs. It keeps you in a stupor. If it didn't fucking work, you wouldn't use it. So to not change that consciousness about the food, it seems to me, is a great disservice to everybody. Because, see, it's like cigarette smoking. No more can you be cute about it. The facts are in. It's over, guys. It's it. It will kill you. And for the ladies, you know, for the ladies, I was so moved. I got a phone call from a friend of mine about 6 months ago in Texas. He and his wife were both in the program and both adult children, both ACAers. And they found out she was pregnant. And they hadn't expected it and they hadn't planned it. Both quit smoking immediately. Both. Because there was going to be a new child. And they would not do that to the child. That consciousness touches me. You know, it really touches me. And girls, you know, you may think it's okay anymore, and it ain't okay anymore. 15 years ago, lung cancer in women was so insignificant there wasn't a large enough percentage to record it in the statistics. 15 years ago. 1986, it has surpassed breast cancer as the #1 killer of women. See? And we act like that stuff doesn't matter, you know? Like it's not important. And it is important, you know? It's just that I don't know how to take care of me and I need help. Now that to me is what we should all be about. Like I love the bickering between the programs. I think that's fucking hysterical. particularly between NA and AA. I mean, that one will put you under, right? They can't talk at our meeting. You go to more AA meetings than NA meetings, so we don't want you. I mean, Jesus, if there was ever a group of people in the whole world that should be working together, it is the gamblers, the eaters, the drug addicts, the alcoholics, and we should all be striving, you know. Your energy level of CA is a little hard to take, but it's okay. It's like walking into a goddamn buzzsaw going into a CA meeting. Cocaine Anonymous. Man, I've been to some of those meetings. I'll tell you, take a hard hat. Anyhow, back to the subject. Is there more on the subject of, or questions, or let's have fun? The hardest thing about nutrition is there's different opinions. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't know that there's any one that's right. I think it's a matter of people finding out what's right for themselves. You know, because I've been to two extreme schools of nutrition, which is the live food people over here, who are rabid people in their own way, and less rabid because they're a little too young. Over here we have the macrobiotic people, okay? And each will swear to God that their way is right. And both groups of people have countless statistics that they can cite of the curing of cancer with their eating plans alone, both groups. And I have found, for me, it's in the middle. Right down the middle, yeah.
Hi, my name's Judy, and I'm
Oh, yeah, right, good point. Yeah, it's a balance, good point. Yeah, it's a balance of, it's sobriety. The very definition of sobriety is moderation. Terrible word for those of us who want instant gratification. But it is moderation. And if it isn't moderate for me, I break. See, I get rigid. Like I've joined before the last 3 years or 4 years, I probably joined 25 gyms, you know. Go 3 months and miss a day. 1 day. That was it. Then I never go back, and I never could go back because having missed the day, I missed the week and unable to go back. So yeah, we're talking about balance. And everything I'm saying, you know, I didn't just do all this in a week. So if you're sitting out there feeling this sudden pressure like, oh, how can I do all this by Monday? You know? I wonder if there's a gym down here at the junction at the local store. I guess what I'm really talking about, as opposed to the physical action itself, is I'm trying to shake your consciousness. I'm trying to shake you out of complacency that what you're doing is okay when it really may not be. And in the long haul, instead of working for your recovery, you may be working against it. Because there was a couple of studies in Washington. You guys will love this one, right? Because AA always goes, fucking compulsive overeaters, you know, shit. What do they know about pain, right? There was a study done in Washington, successfully by a couple of doctors, saying that the number one reason for people leaving the program after continuous sobriety, after periods of continuous sobriety, now they're talking about over a year, a couple of years or more, leaving the program, the number one reason, the number one cause was nutrition. Nutrition. That, in AA, that if you eat rotten food, it will keep you in a state of depression. And if you continue to stay in a state of depression for a long enough period of time, you will seek the solution that you know works. And you'll go back. Yes? Okay, I hear you, but it is to me, it's a trade-off. It's a little bit of learning to love myself through the steps. Then it's a little affirmation of my love for myself through my actions. Okay? So sometimes I may make the action first, and a light bulb will go on saying, wow, do you know what? You've successfully ridden your bicycle 5 days a week for a month. Isn't that great? And I will look at myself in the mirror with renewed respect. And this has not come about as a result of any internal work I've done on the program. It's come about as a result of physical activity. Conversely, I can do internal work on me And until I got into the therapy and a lot of the ACA issues, I couldn't take care of myself. Could not take care of myself. And once I began to touch on those, I began to be able to do it. So it's a constant trade-off back and forth. But again, the bottom line for me comes back to it is all spiritual, it is all God, all tools provided by God. I mean, I don't figure that all this information is coming to us by some mistake. You know, I mean, if somebody says, gee, the programs are doing terrific, I'd say not really. I think we're kind of floundering around, you know. AA should be 10 million strong. You know, where the hell are they? It's not saying there's anything wrong with the program. It's beautiful, as designed. But it must be some kind of unity. Yeah, please. I don't mean to say yeah. Yes, please, sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think it's a great discussion. I think everybody sharing is great, because her experience is not necessarily somebody else's experience. One of my dearest friends in L.A. is an exercise bulimic, okay? She taught 6 aerobic classes a day, ate nothing but health foods, okay? Never vomited in her life, but she just worked herself into a state of absolute exhaustion. Okay, well, yes, we could cite Jane. It doesn't happen to be her, and for her, the minute she decided to, you know, she began to concentrate more on this, quote, program, and just said, you know, it didn't matter what she ate, she got violently ill. And so she had to return immediately to the nutritional consciousness that she had built up while still working the program. I don't think it matters. I know one thing will kill you quicker than anything else based on my experience, which is what makes this whole discussion a lot of fun, at least for me. Rigidity. Rigidity. My way, your way, or contempt prior to investigation. You know, because I mean, I travel all over, man, and I can't always get the foods I eat, and I have to negotiate with Chinese cooks in the kitchen in Kingman, Arizona, right, who fucking don't know, you know, to try and get the right food. And bottom line is, I'm going to eat, you know, I'm going to eat something somewhere. Worst comes to worst, you know, I'll be at the truck stop on Highway 40 having French fries and a head of lettuce, you know. And I will not find it necessary to go suck on the exhaust pipe of the car because I've eaten French fries and a head of lettuce. Okay, to respond. May I respond? So what? I mean, so you run yourself into fucking oblivion. You understand? I mean, at least you're still around to work the steps. No. In other words, I mean, if somebody runs themselves for 15 years into oblivion, not working the steps, ignoring the steps, just running, sober but running, okay? And one day they say, God, I'm in a lot of pain, you know. God, I've been sober 15 years, I'm out here running 20 miles, and you know what? I want a Budweiser. Maybe at that point, they now come back and decide perhaps they should work the steps again, having not worked them for 15 years. The consciousness of that person coming back after 15 years of running, compulsively or not, to work the steps, is up here, as opposed to if he'd been living in a sewer, still staying sober, you know, down here. So, yeah, the odds on us abusing this stuff are good. Really good, okay? But my experience has been, and the experience of the people that I'm close to, okay, is that it's not a big deal to abuse healthy things in the long run, okay? Now, okay, no, I mean, you can make an issue out of it if you want, but the bottom line is you're going to abuse something. I mean, I don't know anybody that comes in here who doesn't. I remember OA when I used to go to OA birthday parties and everybody's drinking wine and smoking pot, celebrating abstinence. Yeah? Donna remembers? I mean, that was it, you know, but it was okay because they weren't eating. Who the fuck was, you know? You know, everything was okay, right? Probably some of them today are on the World Service Board running your organization. I don't know. You know what I mean? But, yeah, we're very apt to do a lot of that stuff. But again, you know, our problem is lightening up with all of it. You know, it's like, okay, so somebody runs their brains out. Yeah. All right. That's it. Let's have some fun. As far as nutrition being an outside issue, I don't think it's an outside issue to any of the recovery programs. Okay? I mean, if we're dealing with the disease of the mind and the body and spirit, then we should be treating the mind, the body, and the spirit. And it was never an outside issue to Bill. You know, I mean, if we're going to use the founders as a choice. So, I mean, I guess it's up to whoever wants. I love to do this stuff because it gets everybody going, you know? And it makes you evaluate where you're at, what's important, what you're doing, and what's going on. You know? It really gets you going. If you think I like... Oh. I'm done. If it's real important, otherwise we're done with the sharing. Right on. That's a good point of clarification. As is, you know, where's a lot of pamphlets that AA won't publish. And a lot of pamphlets that Al-Anon won't let ACA read. I had to. If you're Al-Anon and you're here, God, I'm sorry. Not really, but what the hell. If all this conversation was going on and I was sitting out there and I was a little insecure with my place or my eating plan or my program or my steps or my exercise or my absence of any of those things or whatever, the number one thing I would be feeling right now would be fear. I would be afraid. And you know why I would be afraid? I would be afraid because way down deep inside of me, there's a little spark of life that wants to live more than anything else in the world. And that little spark of life would have attached itself to anything it heard that it found valuable to its recovery. And it would have gone, I want to be able to do that. And another part of me, powerfully conditioned over the years, would say, you probably can't. So then I would say to those who are talking about it, fuck you. Well, I wouldn't say it out loud, I'd say it internally. Well, I ain't going to do none of that shit. Okay? You can take your nutrition and your goddamn exercise and all the rest of that horse-ass stuff and stick it in your ear because I am just going to work the steps. And that will be the sum total of my recovery. Out of fear. Not to negate the steps. But I know a lot of people who worked a lot of steps who are dead. You know. Okay? Deader than a doornail. Deader than a doornail. Afraid. This spark of life is incredible. Incredible. And it's in all of us. It's in everybody. You know? It's just, it's like, it's more, first of all, you're sitting here in this retreat because of this little spark. Now, you may not want to listen to it, and you may want to ignore it, and you may want to pour water on it, and you may want to bludgeon it to death, and the only reason you want to do those things is because that little spark wants to take you places that your compulsion and obsession don't want to go. So you have to say, we'll stay here. But people who are not all necessarily bound up in all those compulsions and obsessions can follow that little spark, and when they get moving down the path, they don't let anything get in their goddamn way. Anything. I'll give you an example. In 1980, there was a girl from Ohio, I think she was from Akron or Columbus, I don't remember which. Beautiful girl. God, she was pretty. Who was like 20 years old, 21 years old, training to go run the Honolulu Marathon. And she went from Ohio to Houston, Texas, to train in the humidity. Serious runner. She wanted to do really well. She wanted to be one of the top women finishers in this marathon. And while she's running in the park in Houston, Texas, training to go to Honolulu to run the marathon, she was shot from ambush by a sniper. No particular reason, just he picked her out. The bullet severed her spine. She was paralyzed from the waist down. 3 years later, when I was in Honolulu to run the Honolulu Marathon, I met her. And it was from my little spark of life, it was love at first sight. Because she had come to Honolulu in 1983, this is after being shot in 1980, to participate in the wheelchair marathon, which she won for the women. Okay? Now, we can sit and talk all the intellectual goddamn bullshit arguments we want around here, But the reality of it is, there is a spark, and you have it, or you wouldn't be here, and you're scared fucking to death of it, or you wouldn't panic when people put out stuff that the spark desperately wants. And you panicked because you're conditioned to believe you can't do it. That's all. It's that simple. It's not a big, complicated thing. Everybody sitting in here has that little spark going, oh yeah. Let's exercise a little bit, let's do a little better, let's do a little, this is good stuff, let's go do it. And my whole psychic is designed, thanks to my parents, to just go, shut the fuck up. I got all I can do to get out of the house in the morning. Don't be bothering me with this life shit. You know? Fortunately, I don't have to concentrate to breathe or I'd be dead. I would be dead. Because I couldn't do it. So again, for me, the thing comes back to self-esteem. Well, the story Don's talking about. It's a story about spiritual awareness. I heard it by mistake. Somebody said to me, how would you like to come to this? A girl I was dating, her mother was in real estate in Orange County, like the head real estate woman in Orange County. And she said, how would you like to come to this lecture with me Thursday night? And the guy's real good. And I said, this guy down here, the child, said, yeah, before I had a chance to think about it. I like to think about things, which immediately, of course, kills any spontaneity. Well, let's think about this. So I go to this lecture, wondering why I went. A, I don't sell real estate. B, I don't buy real estate. I don't want anything to do with real estate. I have no goddamn idea why I'm in this lecture. And the guy, ironically enough, was talking about spiritual awareness, spiritual reality. And he was talking about spiritual consciousness, and that there are levels of spiritual consciousness. And the lowest level of spiritual consciousness is where things are more important than people. Think back. The example this guy cited, his name was Henry or Hank, I think it was not long before this talk, his daughter, who was like 8 or 9 years old, was carrying this pitcher of milk, and their sister-in-law had sent them an incredibly expensive porcelain pitcher from Europe. And the daughter was carrying it from the refrigerator filled with milk back to the table, okay, in her stocking feet. Now, I was already impressed that the pitcher was in use, you know, not locked up in a glass case. I'm already moved by the story, and you wouldn't have to go any further. The little girl slipped on the waxed floor, fell, dropped the pitcher, and it shattered in hundreds of pieces all over the kitchen. He said, right now, at this time, and this point in this child's life, it is critical as to her relation to things, what we do. He said, and both, my wife and I jumped up immediately, ran to the kitchen, picked her up, and said, are you hurt? The concern was for the child, okay? He said, now, most homes would be screaming at her for what a fucking idiot she was for having slipped on the floor and dropped the pitcher. He said, once we established she was okay, and she felt okay, and she hadn't been injured, and she'd calmed down from the incident, and we had cleaned up the porcelain, and we cleaned up the milk, we sat her down and talked to her about how impractical it is to carry heavy objects on newly waxed floors in stocking feet. He said, now the next low level of spirituality is where animals are more important than people. And he said he got in touch with this one when he went out to Santa Anita, the racetrack, with a friend of his to pick up a horse that another friend of the two of theirs had claimed in a claiming race, some $50,000, $60,000 horse. So they get out there, they get the horse loaded in a horse trailer, and they get on the freeway, headed back into Los Angeles on the freeway. And he said he looked over at his friend, and his friend is driving like 40 miles an hour on the freeway. clenching the wheel so tight his knuckles are white, and every time the horse trailer goes kerthunk, the guy just grabs the wheel. And Hank said to him, "What the hell's going on?" And the guy said, "Man, I've never had anything that valuable in my car before." And Hank sat there for a minute and said, "I'm sitting next to you. I'm a human being. That's a goddamn horse." You know, he said, "You mean if we didn't have a horse on the back of the car, we'd be doing 90 miles an hour, weaving in and out of traffic?" You know? The next low level of spiritual awareness is called false humanitarianism. False humanitarianism is where you help someone else and make sure that about 150 people know that you did it. There's another level in there, and I don't remember what it was. And he said, finally you get to the top level of spiritual awareness, and he said it is very simply this. It is that we are God's finest creation. We are His children, created in His likeness, and His finest creation. And we are the most important things on the face of the earth to each other. Nothing is more important. And I heard that lecture and I thought, of all the people in the world that should really apply to, it's us. Those of us in the recovery programs. We're it, really. You know, sure you can work the program in Nome, Alaska by yourself with a book, but the fellowship is what it's about. Okay. When I try and do new things in recovery, now I want to start to get to some of the stuff, maybe, just to deal with some of the fears, okay? When I try and venture out into these new areas in recovery, whether it be a new way of meditation, a new church, new form of nutrition, a new kind of exercise, a new anything, I have found it is absolutely critical for me to surround myself with supportive people. Okay? It is not a contest here for me to see how much I can take. I used to think it was a contest to see how long I could hang in there with my sponsor while we didn't agree. You know? How long can the two of us hold out here? How long can we tough this situation out? Okay? I never understood that it was okay for me to be surrounded by people who support me in what I'm trying to do. Okay? My very best friend of 20-some years in this program, and man, we have worked to have this friendship. We have fought, we have screamed and yelled, we have almost had fist fights, we have not talked for each other for a year at a time. I mean, we have been through horrendous bullshit to work out a friendship, a male friendship, you know? Now, it is so close that we can't talk on the phone to each other without crying. And one of the reasons we can't talk to each other on the phone without crying is because we so value the male friendship that we never had, ever able to have with our fathers or with brothers or with any other living human being. And we have worked on this. But it is a friendship of unquestioning support. Okay? Unquestioning support. He called me a while back, told me he was getting married. Spur of the moment, few weeks, you know, bang. And he'd been coming like out of another relationship. Now, being a judgmental person, I can't remember who said that over here, but being a judgmental person myself, my immediate instinctive reactions inside of me, the head trip is, oh, what a mistake this is. You know, he's fucking up this time. This is serious business. I should get in there and caution him. You know what I said to him? I mean, all this is going on in my mind, which is always there, of course, to help anybody. I said to him, when's the wedding? He says, well, it's Saturday, and it's you know, Friday. I didn't think you'd be able to get here. But I wanted you to know anyway. And I said, I'll leave now. I'll drive up now. I'll see you tonight. That's it. I got to support him, and I got to love him. You know, I don't have to approve. I just got to support him, and I got to love him. Sometimes we mistakenly think that approval is necessary as part of love. It's not. You know, it's one of the problems being raised by dysfunctional parents. Dysfunctional parents look to children for their approval. And children have no approval to give. They can't get it. It is an absolute no-win situation. A 5-year-old child cannot give approval to a parent because approval, the capacity to approve, requires information. A massive amount of information to approve or disapprove. Children do not have this information, therefore cannot approve or disapprove. They can't do it. So with my friend, all I can do is be like his little childhood buddy and say, hey, I'll come to the wedding. I'll come to the wedding. And yet, he had asked somebody else to be his best man already because he was so conditioned to our years of battling in this recovery and working on our friendship, he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure I'd come. You know, he wasn't sure that one more time I wouldn't be a jerk and sit in judgment on him. You know, and I didn't. And that was really beautiful. That kind of finished it for us. I mean, that kind of was the final cementing thing of our friendship, which is now glorious. Glorious. But I've been sober almost 24 years. 24 years the end of this month. I have one such friend. So if I'm looking for 60, I'm in trouble. I have a lot of acquaintances, and I have a lot of people I care about, but I have one real friend, because there's a lot of work in friendships. People come up to me today and say, I'd like to be your friend. I say, I don't know how we can do that. You know? I don't know how we can do that. It's going to take us a lot of time to do that. We can't just do that as a result of shaking hands at this meeting. It's going to take a lot of work. See? Because I don't understand relationships. I don't understand how they work. Let's talk about boy-girl relationships. You guys, yeah, we're going to have a sex meeting? What the hell? Let's get going. I think they should put all the questions in one box. Instead of saying who they're for. Might as well be answered by both sexes. I had a terrible time with relationships. I didn't know how to have a relationship. The only yardstick I've got is mom and dad. You know, that's it. I don't know who the hell else you got. Man, if you were raised by somebody else, okay. I was raised by that dynamic duo, okay? Their relationship was a mistake from the first I do, all right? And it went downhill from there, and I finished it for them. My arrival was the finishing touch to any relationship they might have had, because my father wanted no children, and my mother didn't know what to do with one, okay? So I begin to grow up and go out into life, and I now have got to relate to women, and I have no idea how you relate to a woman. None. I don't know what to say, what to do, I don't know how to act, so you go by trial and error for a while. So after a few years, what I managed to do is put together a routine. All right? Sort of like a vaudeville act. I had 3 songs and 3 dances. Okay? We'll get to that. She asked what happened if she wanted an encore. I said, we'd get to that. Now, initially, when you meet, it's no big deal because you got the energy. Come together like 2 freight trains in the night. You disappear, you drop out of sight for 4 weeks, your sponsors can't find you, everybody's fucking crazy. Finally, you resurface to no support from anybody. And now you're going to embark on a relationship. And for a couple, 3 weeks more, it might go okay. Hey? Then eventually, all that sparks just kind of fizzle a little bit. And now we're into the real part of a relationship. Okay? Now, a relationship can be 1 minute, 1 week, 1 year. I'm talking about those that people assume will go the distance. Now, after a while, the woman in question in my life would eventually roll over one day and look at me and go, she wants something. I have no idea what the hell she wants. So I'll do song number 1. So I'll get her up out of bed, walk her into the living room. I'll tell her how all my life I've waited for somebody as special, as wonderful, as magical, as magnificent, as incredible as she is, and that I have had a single song that moves me to tears, and I've waited for someone to share it with. And I will get this photograph album out, and I will put the album on, and I will put the song on, and it will move me to tears. I will not, however, mention the other 37 women I have played the song for. Okay? Somehow I think that might take away from the moment. Now we go on in peace for another day, 2 days, week, month, however long we go on, and there they are again, wanting something. I don't know what she wants. So, get her up, put her in the car, drive her down to the beach, hike across a mile path, down the face of a sheer cliff, to the magical spot by the seashore, the place where I used to shoot drugs, and then in recovery, I come for prayer and meditation. It is secret, secluded, isolated. You have to be a mountain goat to find it, to know where it is. I have waited all my life to share it with somebody else. Ignore the footprints of the 37 other people in the sand. I'm not a bad guy. I don't know anything else. Because my experience has been, if you're not in touch with your feelings, you got nothing to give in a relationship, except automaton behavior, except singing and dancing. Well, eventually, I run out of songs and dances. Okay? When I started to make money, I had one more dance. I could give them the credit card. You know, I'd save that till last. Okay? Eventually, even the best shoppers burned out. Took longer for some than others. And now there they are again, like a hungry bird. And they want something else. And I go, I don't have anything else. I don't have anything else. So now you're calling to attention the secret. You're putting a spotlight on the secret. Something's wrong with me. I'm not enough. And I hate you. I hate you. And this relationship is over. Now, I can't say that, and I'm not going to tell you that, because to do that would require some, capacity to communicate. My parents spoke 300 words in 14 years. I don't know about communication, okay, of any kind. So now I might even take you and move you into a new house at this point. But it will be a house you pick out, because I'm the one who knows you're going to be living there alone. So I want you to like it. Now, to end the relationship, I will use my father's weapon, silence. I will ignore you either by becoming a couch lizard in front of the television set, with my nose in a book, or just sitting staring at the wall. I will ignore you until you have one of two choices. Leave me or kill yourself. Okay? And then the relationship is over. And then we go and start again. Okay. Let's come forward a number of years. I was married 5 times in sobriety, for Christ's sake. I kept trying. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Shit. Maybe this time. Okay, great. And I'll tell you something real interesting about learning to listen to the intuition. 4 of those 5 times, headed down the aisle, everything in me said, not a good idea. Not a good idea, Bob. I said, quiet. Shut up. I stood there looking good for the wedding. I had a friend of mine who used to be more honest. He introduced his girlfriend. He said, I want you to meet my future ex-wife. He knew he couldn't put one together, Okay, at one point in recovery, the only time I went down the aisle that I didn't feel like I should run was after 2 years of dating and separate apartments and the whole thing, and just a really good relationship, and a lot of good feelings and a lot of love, this is a good testimony as to a day at a time. Is kind of important. So after 2 years, we finally decided to get married. So we got married in January 1973, January 6th. On February 7th, we found out she had cancer and was going to die. And on April 23rd, she passed away. Actually, and interesting enough, it was through her death that started my nutritional consciousness from the people that we went to treating her, because she refused toxic treatment. And so we were forced to seek non-toxic treatments for cancer in this country and other countries, and that's where I began to get a lot of my information. Anyway, she passed away. Now, we come forward to last year at some point, or a year and a half ago, and the lady I was in a relationship with then had been sick for a while, physically ill, really ill, which I got learned more about nutrition and healing with food and stuff through this period of time. But one day she came to me in the living room, she said to me, "There's distance between us. You know? There's distance between us." Now, when you confront me, I always react real well immediately. My response was, "I'm standing 3 feet in front of you. How the fuck can there be distance in between us?" I mean, that's all I know. I get real defensive because I can't get in touch with my feelings immediately always. Because sometimes I won't listen to my intuition and I don't know what my feelings are, and if confronted, I panic. And if I panic, I lock off from myself. So I'll tell people, talk to me tomorrow, which drives some people nuts, you know. I'll tell you how I feel tomorrow. So here she is saying, "I feel distance." I've been hearing that bullshit from people that they feel distance from me since I was goddamn old enough to have a sand pail. Well, of course it was true. Because I was distancing myself in my home to save my life. Okay? So it was a form of protection. So I said, "What do you mean distance? I don't know how to do any more than I'm doing. You know? I've been fixing the food, I go to the drugstore, I get the medicine, I do the thing, I go here, I go to the health food, I do that." And she said, "Wait, stop, man." She said, "That's custodial care. I can get a nurse in here to give me custodial care. You know? I'm talking about emotional distance." I said, "All right, let me go away and be quiet. I'll talk to you later." And I went off in the other room. 5 minutes later, I'm back in the living room. I got tears streaming down my face. And I look at her and I said, "You're right. You're absolutely right. There is distance between us. There is distance." And I said, "And I'll tell you why. There's distance between us because the last time I was with somebody I really cared about and they got sick, they died. And there's a little guy who lives inside of me that when you got sick, he put on his running shoes and his little hat and he took off down the road because he ain't going to be here for a repeat performance." I said, "So what you're getting from me in the way of emotional support is all I have to give. I have no more. If you need more, you're going to have to look to the therapist, you're going to have to look to your sponsor, you're going to have to look to your friends, because it's not here for me to give you." Wow. Growth. 2 whole people in a room. One who has needs, the other one who can stand up and not have to want to crawl away and die because he can't fulfill them. I used to always think, if I couldn't give you what you wanted, something's wrong with me. Not true. I can only give you what I can give you, and there's nothing wrong with me. And there's also nothing wrong with you. If you need more than I can give you, it's okay. It's all right. You know, we lock in and look to that one other person for goddamn everything, and no one other person can do everything. It is unrealistic and destined to fail. I mean, I finished a great ACA workshop for 8 weeks, and one of the focuses was secondary relationships and how important it is to have them, whether it's the guy at the checkout counter at the market, the girl at the dry cleaners, the guy that puts the gas in your car, your gardener, your mailman. All these people are relationships. And you got to start seeing them as relationships, acknowledging them as relationships, and understanding that each one of these people has something to give to you and you have something to give to them when you encounter them throughout your life, and take that heat off of the primary relationship, okay? So that you don't have to kill the people, each other in the relationship. How good it felt to stand there and say, this is me, this is all there is, and it's okay. I don't have to want to die because I can't do it for you. I don't have to want to die. Now that to me is part of the process, part of the recovery. But 5 years before that, 5 years before the therapy, 5 years before a lot of the activities in my life, I was still out there. You wanted something? I didn't have it? Bye. I mean, plants could not live in my house. To give up till 5 years ago or 4 years ago, to give me a plant was to sentence it to death. Because they require water on a regular basis. I could not water me on a regular basis 5 years ago. I can't water a goddamn plant on a regular basis. And plants would die. And I hated it when people gave me plants because I knew it was going to die. It had no hope. Today, all my plants live. Not true. One just died. I'm taking it back. I just bought it a few days ago. It's no longer me. They sold me a faulty plant. And I know that now, you see, and I don't have to be guilty about walking in with my plants and my little ticket and saying, here, which, by the way, I also couldn't have done 6 years ago. And I can take it back calmly. Or if I had done it 6 years ago, I would have gone in with such an expression on my face, right, that nobody would have wanted to deal with me. My ears would have been red, my neck would have been big, I would have looked like I was looking when I was taking off both ends of a drug deal, with that kind of homicidal expression on my face, with the plant and the receipt, and wonder why people responded to me so badly. Yeah? Because they immediately get defensive. What do you want? What the fuck do you think I want? It's dead, asshole. Are you blind? And we would have gone on from there. Negotiations across the counter at the nursery, right? That's another thing about, since I've changed a lot of these things in my life, I woke up. And everything isn't okay anymore. And I also will now ask questions. And when I was asleep, under the chemicals that I was eating, I never came, just, oh, okay, And part of getting to love yourself is, God, part of the process, oh, Jesus, I ate so much fucking cold food in restaurants. Because I couldn't say anything. And you know what's worse than my not being able to say anything? If my dinner partner sent their food back, I wanted to die. And I couldn't stand people being around anybody with self-esteem because they embarrassed me. I remember the first time I went to a sushi bar. I'd never been there before, and neither had my friend. My friend, unfortunately, had a lot of self-esteem. He started at one end of the case. The restaurant's full of people. I mean, he's leaning over people to do this, right? He started at one end of the goddamn case and went from one end to the other asking what every fucking thing in the case was. And how it tasted and would he like it. Well, what's that? Oh, octopus? Well, you cook it? You don't? What's it taste like? Chewy? Yeah? What's this? I'm back against the wall, See? But I did learn a lot about sushi that I wouldn't have learned otherwise. I would have sat there, ordered stuff I hated, and ate it, and looked good in the process. There's a story I tell about after a total, absolute, complete surrender to God, in incredible desperation, a person who has failed English ever since the 4th grade, am a phonetic speller, and they threw me out of high school in the 10th grade, became a writer. So surrender tonight, and your life will change tomorrow. Of course, the very next day after I surrendered, I broke my back. We'll get into that maybe later, maybe tomorrow, which was a good thing. See, you understand, control freaks have to interpret everything. That's how we wipe ourselves out. Oh, that's good, that's bad. That's good, that's bad. Everything's got to be in its little box. That's okay, that's bad, right? There's a story about that I love. I'll tell it. It's about a village, a little village up in Europe, in the mountains, and this guy had this incredibly magnificent white horse, and the king came to this guy's little farm to buy his white horse. He said, I want to buy the horse. And the guy says, oh, God, I can't sell him. You know? He's just kind of, I can't sell him. He's been with us too long. And there's a poor little farmer. So the king says, okay, and rides away. And that night the horse ran away. And all the villagers rushed out to this guy's farm and said, oh, what a terrible thing. You should have sold the horse. You didn't sell the horse. Now the horse has run away. You have no horse, no money. That's bad. That's a terrible thing. The little farmer said, oh, I don't know if that's bad. I just know that I didn't sell the horse and he's gone. 3 days later, the horse returns and he brings 6 other horses back with him. Now all the villagers rush back out to this guy's farm and say, wow, you were right. It wasn't a bad thing. He came back and he brought 6 other horses with him. It's a good thing. The little farmer says, I don't know that it's a good thing, but I do know he's back, and I do know he brought 6 horses with him. In the weeks that followed, his son was riding the horses, his only son, to try and break them for saddles so they could sell them as saddle horses, and his son was thrown off one of the horses and broke both of his legs. Again, the villagers rush out and say, wow, you were right, it wasn't a good thing that he brought the horses back. It was a terrible thing. Now your only son, the only help you have, has both his legs broken. What a terrible thing. The little farmer says, geez, I don't know that it's a terrible thing. I do know my son has both of his legs broken. In the weeks that followed, this little tiny country went to war with a country 100 times its size, and to be sent to the front to fight was guaranteed death. And the army came through the countryside and through the small villages, and they took every able-bodied young man to take him to the front to die. But they couldn't take the farmer's son because both of his legs were broken. And once again, the villagers rushed out to his farm. And they said, God, you're right, it wasn't a bad thing that he got his legs broken, it was a good thing, because he doesn't have to go off and die. And the farmer says, well, I don't know that it's a good thing, but I do know that he doesn't have to go and die. And the story goes on and on and on. And the reality is, that's life. Does not need interpretation or classification. Only people who need to control, none of us, I'm sure, but find it necessary to get things in their box. That's good, that's bad. So when I broke my back, my mind said, that's bad. This is terrible. I've been telling you for 5 years in recovery, don't surrender to God. You surrendered last night. Here you are in the emergency hospital with a broken back. I told you. This little guy inside here, who I had not really heard before in my sobriety at that point, said to my mind, why don't you shut up? Now I find myself 5 years sober in the position of a moderator here. I've got voices here and voices here. Now I must decide which voices to listen to. The decision was based on listening to these voices for years. It destroyed me. Having never heard this one before, I thought I would listen to it and decided that maybe breaking my back, being in the emergency hospital, was not a bad deal. So I just let it go at that. And as a result of that, I became a writer. No. Okay. This is just basic stuff, guys. Basic God is in charge. I go to voc rehab. I decide, okay, breaking my back is a good thing. I don't know it's a bad thing, so it's a good thing. It's God, my life. What I decided was this. My life was in perfect order, absolute divine spiritual order, with my broken back, even though it didn't make sense to me. And I decided I would just not think about it, and I would do what was put in front to me to do. So I went to voc rehab and applied for vocational rehabilitation, went and got my disability insurance, got fitted with all the braces and crap I had to wear on my back, and I had terrible times at voc rehab, bad times at voc rehab, because I kept giving me aptitude tests and I kept coming out different things, see? And they thought I was running a goddamn game on them, and I didn't understand. I kept trying to explain to them, I'm answering the questions honestly. One day I like the outdoors, the next day I don't like the outdoors. What the hell do you want me to say? So one day I should be a forest ranger, and the next day I should be a goddamn plumber, But I mean, it's like I would answer how I felt that day. That's what I would put down. I didn't even know what I was doing, but I knew they were pissed off. 6 months go by, we can't come to terms, voc rehab and me. They can't get me to do anything they want me to do Because they want me basically to become a social worker. They want to get me a high school equivalency test, send me back to UCLA, get a bachelor's degree in psychology, and become a social worker and help people because I'm in the recovery program, right? And I'm saying to the voc rehab counselor, the Board of Criminal Psychiatry of the state of California says I'm a homicidal social psychopath. With a complete inability to function in a society in a free world or incarcerated that contains people without reacting to that society with extreme violence. I have never seen those as requisites for social work, you know. And in case, darling, you're missing the point, I goddamn don't like people, okay? So we went around like this for 6 months, and one night I'm sitting home, reading the TV guide, and there's an ad in there about, would you like to be a writer? And this little guy in here says, yeah, let's try that. My mind, of course, immediately was supportive. Just watch yourself when you think about trying any new thing. The mind will hook in and grind you up. Drive a new route to work Monday. Your mind will start driving you nuts over it now. I can't go. You go that way, you get, no, shit, you can't make the signal on 3rd. If you do that, the railroad tracks are there. Well, if we go an extra mile on fruit, well, we can't do that. The mind don't want nothing new. It wants comfort, familiarity, so it can think. If you drive a new route, you must concentrate on where you are. You can't think. It can't stand that. It wants you to think, right? So when my little intuitive person says, let's do that, the mind says, you dummy. You know, you fucking write what? You can't even write a letter. Yeah. I go to voc rehab, give my counselor the ad. She gets hysterical, almost falls out of her wheelchair, laughing, right? She thinks it's really funny because she's got my jacket in front of me. She knows everything about me. She knows I'm a phonetic speller. She knows I failed English ever since the 4th grade. She knows they threw me out of high school. She knows, right? It's a joke to her. God, however, in his infinite wisdom, had outsmarted the bureaucracy of the state of California. Because I had been on their rolls for 6 months. I had been on since July. This is now December. They had placed everybody who had come in October. Okay? I was like the black mark of the Van Nuys office of vocational rehabilitation. This guy would have paid for basket weaving for me, okay? Just to get me the hell off the books, right? So he said, pay for the course. Pay for the course. So I get my books from the course. I sit down and I start to write. First story I try to write is a short story. Terrible. I want you to know, really bad. But I'm reading my books while I'm doing it. And the books say it's critical for a first-time writer to write for a medium that he's familiar with. I thought, oh, well, shit, I never read anything in my life, you know? But I've logged a lot of hours in front of the television set, so I'll do a television story. So I sat down and I tried to write a story for Bonanza. Not good. The idea was very good. I sold the idea a year later and wrote it as a Virginian, but the execution of it left a lot to be desired. I mean, I even wrote in the dialects, you know, for the Chinese cook. We don't say lice, you fucking gleek plick, you know. Perhaps they had a sense of humor. So I keep reading my books, and they say not only should you write for a medium you're familiar with, but you should write, it's essential you write about something you're familiar with. I thought, oh, God, I never was in the Old West. What do I know about? I thought, crime. So I started watching the crime shows on TV, and I picked out one I liked. And I thought, well, what haven't I seen as a story? And I thought, I've never seen a really good story about a righteous paper hanger. I mean, a check passer of printed payroll checks. And having done a year for cashing some $80,000 worth of payroll checks, I felt qualified to write the beginning, the middle, and the end. I had a whole story. So I sat down and I began to write this story. I'm just going through, you know, life is just really a matter of going through the open doors. Okay? It's really that simple. Somehow we begin to think in the process and get lost in the hallway. But usually it's just going through the open doors. Because I'm working on this little story, and one night a friend of mine is bringing me home from a meeting, and I'm broke, I've been bankrupt in the courts, don't have an automobile, 5 years sober. My life is not exactly a bed of roses, but I'm okay, I'm writing my little story. And this guy brings me home from a meeting, and I never knew what people did for a living. I wouldn't let people tell me. I never wanted to know, because I knew I'd use it, right? He says, don't tell me, I don't want to know. This guy brings me home to me, he says, what are you doing? I said, I'm trying to write a story for television, right? He says, oh yeah, great, that's what I do. I said, what? He says, I write for TV. I said, you're putting me on. He said, no, when you get done with your story, let me read it. Maybe I can give you some pointers. So I finish the story and I give it to him. He suggests a dozen changes in it. 6 of the suggestions I liked, and I made those changes. The other 6 I hated, so I ignored them, which I later found out is just creative choice, a matter of choice. Then he says to me, look, do you want to get it typed up, before you send it in to Ironsides? And I said, yeah, I think I need to. I don't think anybody at Universal knows that dead is spelled D-E-D, and the character should be spelled with a K, but do it the best you can. They said, well, look, there's a girl on a program who does my typing for me when she gets home from work. Why don't we give it to her and let her type it up? I said, okay, great. Might as well have, somebody on the program make the money. So about 3 days go by while I'm insane trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the story and get it to Universal and, how I'm going to, get past the guards at the gate. And, whether you use a gun or you don't or, just quietly sitting at home thinking, My problems are never as scary as my solutions to my problems. My solutions are absolutely terrorizing. The problem's goddamn school kid stuff. The solution gets... After 3 days, this girl calls me up, says, I just finished reading the story you wrote, and she said, I think it's very good. She said, did Jim tell you where I work? I said, no, why? She said, well, I'm secretary to the associate producer on Ironsides. I thought maybe you'd like me to take it in for you. Life is go through the open doors. I'll take it a couple beats further. She gives it to them, they like it, they buy it. Now I got to go meet with the producer about doing the script. And Jim, my writer friend, says to me, okay, now look, and he forgot how literal I am, a very literal person. He says to me, look, they're going to ask you if you ever wrote a script before. He said, tell them no. Tell them, but you'll do a better job for them than their goddamn hacks at the studio because it's more important to you than it is to them. And they're only going to pay you $2,600 for the script, and they piss that much away on a mistake on every show. Next day, I'm at Universal Studios. In the elevator, riding up in the Black Tower, scared to death. Saying to God, if you don't get off this elevator with me, I am in more trouble than I have been in since I got sober, right? So I get off, and I sit down, and I go in this guy's office, and I'm dealing with what I don't know, but I'm dealing with one of the real fucking maniacs in the business, right? A guy who, if you cross him, will spend days working to destroy your career. That kind of mentality, right? And I'll be a son of a bitch. He said exactly to me what Jim said he'd say to me, in the exact words. Have you ever written a script before? So I said to him exactly what Jim said to me. I said, no, I haven't, but I'll do a better job for you than your hacks here at the studio because it's more important to me than it is to them, and you're only going to pay me $2,600, and you piss that much away on a mistake on every show. God protects small children. What followed was the longest 5 seconds of my life. And then he started to laugh, right? Because nobody had ever talked to him like this. No one had even come close to talking to him like this. So I said, go home and write me the goddamn script. Well, anyway, I go home, I write the script. I love the script. Universal wanted to put me in a contract. It was good. It was good. I wrote him a good script. I wrote a really good script. I'll give myself credit for it. So now the show, and they were great. They let me hang out with the director for the whole filming of it, and the whole thing. It was all done, all over. And they said, let's do another one. Go home, think of an idea, come back Wednesday, we'll talk. So I go home, think of an idea. Going to do another show. I'm going to do a second script. I mean, this is really exciting. I sit down at home to think of an idea. My mind says to me, hear about those guys that write one book? You just wrote your one script. And I tried to think of an idea for a crime show. 11 years of my life was devoted to it, right? I can't come up with a goddamn idea. I'm watching television at night, late night, thinking maybe I can steal a fucking idea and take it in, and nothing. I cannot come up with an idea. My mind is silent. The son of a bitch talks from morning till night, all day long, and when I turn to it one time, right? One time I say to it, huh? A little help. Nothing. It goes into a meditative state. By this point in my recovery, I've learned one critical policy. Show up no matter what. Having no story idea, knowing I'm going to be ridiculed and embarrassed, I showed up anyway. And I'm sitting in this guy's office, and I'm terrorized. And he says to me, well, what are we going to do? You got any ideas? And I go, yeah. Well, you know, I spent 3 days. I was home, and I was given some thought to. He says, never mind. Look, he says, wait a minute. He says, I got an idea. He said, we've been on the air 2 years now. He said, we're one of the top shows in the country. We have a massive viewing audience, and he said we have some responsibilities to this viewing audience to do some shows that have some meaning. He said, I would like to do a show about upper middle class teenagers and drug addiction. I'm saying in my mind, you fucking half-wit. You know, you're the addict, for Christ's sakes. Why couldn't you think of that one? You know, I had to come in here to get this goddamn idea, you know. So I say to this guy in my enthusiasm, oh, yeah, great. Well, we should talk about them. And he said, whoa, wait, Jesus, how do you know so much? Caught, I look him in the eye and say, well, I am a drug addict and an alcoholic, and I have been recovered in the programs of NA and AA for 5 years. He says, oh, that's great. We talked for a couple minutes more. He said, it won't offend you, will it, if we ask for a technical advisor to come in on the show? I said, no, that's cool. The technical advisor turned out to be a narcotics officer from the Los Angeles Police Force from the San Fernando Valley, who I had taken a shot at in 1960. He said, I'm surprised. You know, we stand in the office, we're introduced to each other, right? And nobody wants to let on what's going on here, right? It's a very strange energy in this office at the studio. Because he's still armed and I'm not, you know. He said to me, I'm surprised to see you free. I said, I'm surprised to see you alive. And that was all we had to say to each other for the whole show. That was, you know. But again, man, it was go through the open doors, you know, and it went like that. It went like that. The only time I got fucked up was here a couple of years ago because I didn't pay any attention to my intuition and I stayed at the wall. And I've just moved, and changed my whole life, upheaved everything. And it's all fine now. I mean, I couldn't buy a job in that town last year, not buy one. I moved to Santa Fe 4 weeks ago, and I've done more work, paid work for TV. And my mind told me for years, you can't leave town. You must be close to the industry. If you leave town, they'll forget about you. They won't know who you are. And I've been having to come in from Santa Fe to talk to them because now suddenly I'm wonderful, right? So I'm out of fucking town, and the work is pouring in, but I'm where I'm supposed to be. I went on for a few years as a writer. I've been doing it ever since, but at one point, after I've been writing about 14 years, and this was a real heavy one for me. A friend of mine came to visit me to the studio. This guy was another one of those, not raised by dysfunctional parents. Addicted, chemically addicted, but not raised by dysfunctional parents. Has a great sense of self. No? He's okay as is. He doesn't know he's not. Nobody ever taught him that. So he comes to the studio one day to visit me. Now, he's another one of these problem people to be with publicly because he's not cool. He's not cool. I get him in the studio. He's never been to a studio. He goes nuts. He goes nuts. I'm walking him across the lot to my office, and it's like, Oh, God, wow, that's what's her name, man. She looks better in person than on TV. Jesus, what's her name? I love her show. It's great. You know, I mean, you can hear her from 4 blocks on the line, right? This is not quietly whispered in my ear. This is, right? I mean, he was like that with everything. He said, oh, shit, that building isn't real. Look at this, man. This is far out. They just propped that thing up. That's great. What do you know? He said, yeah, I used to do that with my life, you know. And it's like, prop something up, put it out there, you know. Here's me. So I had to get him off the street, so we're going to do the special effects gag on the show. Very complicated, intricate kind of gag where we had an automobile crash into a light store, a light fixture store. And what makes it a complicated stunt is as the car proceeds through the store, the lights have to explode in a timing with the explosives are set in all the lights, and they got to go off at the same time the car moves through the store. It works, you're heroes. It doesn't work, you just blew $50,000 in the goddamn drain, right? So I take him out to watch the stunt, and it goes off perfect. I mean, it was spectacular. Flying fucking glass, exploding lamps, the car, everything couldn't have been better. All the cameras worked, everything was great. And he walks up to the special effects guy after it's over. He says, how the hell did you do that? I thought, oh, how can he do this? How can he fucking ask you? You know? Much to my amazement, the guy started to tell him. And he walked him through and showed him. Now I knew how it was done. See, I never knew because I never asked. I never knew because I never asked. Because if I ask you a question, I somehow have absolutely thoroughly convinced myself if I ask you a question that I don't know something, it will give away that something's wrong with me and that I'm not enough. So I don't ask questions. I stand there in silence, in ignorance, pretend, act as if. But I won't let you see that there's something I don't know because I think you're going to finish me off. So I figure now I got to get him off the soundstage. I'll take him to the commissary, right? I get him in the commissary. The guys from MASH are having lunch. It's his favorite show. Forget it. I mean, I want to get under the fucking table, you know. I mean, he's going to get autographs. Now he loves this guy. He remembers this episode, that episode. I mean, he's just, I'm looking for a flower pot to hide in, right? About 5 hours later, I've got him, you know, in total, I get him off the lot, and I walk back to my office, sit down in my office. You know how every now and then you have those little, very unpleasant moments of awareness? It dawned on me that this friend had just had more fun with my career in 5 hours than I had had in 14 years. You see, because I lived in fear in my career that I would be found out. Somehow it was a mistake that I was succeeding. I used to drive in the studio knowing my parking space would be gone and that it was over. I had been fired. Terrified. I couldn't even accept praise for my work. Didn't know how. Didn't know how. See? I'd never seen anybody do it. I didn't understand it was okay. I didn't know how. One time I wrote an episode for Starsky and Hutch in 4 days. They were desperate for the script. I wrote the script in 4 days, got on a plane and went to Hawaii. I didn't even want to be around when they read it, right? I'm over in Hawaii about 3 days, and a letter comes at this place, at Scal's place where I was staying. We come home from the beach, open the mailbox, and here's this letter from the producers at 20th Century Fox. And I'm like any good compulsive obsessive personality, I'm reading it, you know, through the envelope. And I know what it says. I know it says, this is the worst piece of crap we have ever read in our lives. Not only will you never write for this show again, you will never write for any show as long as you live if we have anything to do about it. The lady with me, not understanding the complexities of the situation, said, why don't you open it? So I opened it. The letter said, in essence, we wanted to sit down and take the time to drop you a short note to thank you for the script that we just finished reading. It is one of the 2 finest scripts that has ever been written for this show since it's on the air. We want to thank you for the love and the caring and the tenderness that went into it. We are not going to rush it to production like originally planned. We will wait for you to return to the mainland to make some changes that need to be changed, some minor ones, and then we will produce it with the care and treatment that it deserves. You know what I said? At least they aren't pissed off. It's the best I could do. That's the best I could do. You know? And you know what's sad about that? I should have been able to jump straight up in the air like a Toyota ad in the driveway and scream at the top of my lungs, I am a good writer. And other people know it also. But I couldn't do that. I didn't know how. See? And it's all here throughout the rest, even tomorrow morning. Everything is going to come back to not knowing how. Not having the tools, not knowing the tools exist, or if you have the tools, not knowing how to use them because you've never seen them used. I don't know how. I only know how to do what I was taught, and most of it is destructive. Talking about unlearning old behavior and learning new. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Anyhow, it's what is the script is about? It was the first time I risked writing about someone you love dying. It was the first time since Taylor had died that I took the chance to sit down to write about the experience. And so I wrote about his girlfriend getting injured and death being imminent. And that was the story, their relationship and what went on between them while she's preparing herself to die. That was what it was about. And it was good. It was really good. Yeah. Oh, God, what else? Well, I think we need... what time is the meeting? I don't have a thing. Oh, okay, then we should put a lid on this one somehow. Well, this one is, again, another one of these controversial statements. Let's close with it. The most important person... See, everybody always says, oh, the newcomer is the most important person in the room. I guess that's an okay philosophy if you view the recovery programs to be like a coal furnace that needs new lumps of coal to keep it going. Otherwise, if that's not how you choose to view the recovery program, then the most important person, at least here at this retreat, is in your chair. There's nobody more important. Nobody more important. Because again, it's all going to come back to what you can. I can't do for you what I can't do for myself. I can't give to you things I can't give to me. I can't let you have and express and experience the feelings in you that I can't let me have and express. Because I don't understand them and they scare me and I got to stop you. I got to stop you. So the most important person, at least here, if you want anything to focus on for tonight, the most important person here is you. You. That's it. God bless you. That was interesting, a couple of things. I was listening to the announcements, which is interesting. Oh, new groups are always great, because usually they're started because everybody's pissed off in another group, which is how all new groups start or need, and give me support. But I was interested in listening to Becky talk about the house, because I think any time, man, that we can support any environment that's supportive to recovery, and we don't do it, because if you're not doing that, what are you doing? And if you're not supporting an environment that's conducive to recovery, and an environment that's supporting recovery, you might want to ask yourself, why not? Because oftentimes I can go out and support an environment that's conducive to recovery and thereby support my own recovery. It's a little old thing. And it's no joke, all these years they've been saying, what you put out, you get back.
You know, sure, sometimes a big sack. Oh, well, God, I got to sit down and write the fucking check, put it in the mail, and the stamps 20. You know, I mean, I know. I have the same mind. I wake up with it every morning. You know, and to help, it's not designed, you know. My mind's never met anybody that wanted to help that didn't want something from. And like my best friend says, the minute he wants something from somebody, his personality changes. He suddenly becomes a new person. I was so funny because it made me think of another thing he said one time. We were talking about acceptance, you know, need of in relationships, the need for control, you know, and letting people be who they are. And one time he called me on the phone. He said, "I'm just so goddamn sick and tired of running into women in the supermarket and saying, 'Oh God, come with me, and you're going to love the woman I'm going to turn you into.'" You know. I like you as you are. There's just a few things I want to change. But once I get you in shape, you'll be okay. And the thing about not being able to get money for eating disorders is fascinating. You know, it's really fascinating because I was just in Pearl Harbor here a month ago, which is a real aggressive military rehab. I mean, these guys there are great, you know, because it's a heavyweight situation anyway, because it's the Marines and the Navy mixed in the same base. So they're dealing with all these personalities. And I was talking with some of the officers there, all of whom are recovered themselves. Some of these guys are Marine pilots, you know, who are really gentle souls. I like to drop napalm and shit, you know. And we were talking, and you know what the number one problem in the military is? Food. Eating disorder. Not alcohol and not drugs. So despite, you know, all the furor over the drug addiction in the service, which, by the way, and I don't mean to, and for 1 second, diminish food as a serious and eating disorder is a serious problem, but I can definitely understand when we have a military that is loaded with nuclear arms that we are focusing on drug addiction first. That makes me feel better too, you know, because I know the great ideas that can be had when you're shooting morphine, you know. Just sitting around in a fucking missile carrier, you know, saying, "Ah, well, what the hell," you know. Russia never wanted the Siberian Strait anyway, you know. And it's not too hard to get 2 or 3 people who are using the same drug to agree. My hope in the military has always been is that they're always using different stuff, you know, because you never can get a heroin addict and a speed freak to agree on anything, so. It is. My experience has been, it is. I've talked with too many guys who are getting loaded who are, never mind, it's not important. It makes me nervous, actually. But I never used to get nervous, I never used to care. See, I never used to care. You know, that's the thing. Until I started dealing with my feelings, I never cared. You know, I never cared about any of it. You know, people say, "Oh, God, there's too many nuclear weapons." I didn't care. Didn't affect me. You know, I had no consciousness. I had no consciousness that this was a society. I had no consciousness that I was a part of it. I had no consciousness that, you know, that somehow what I do counts. You know, it is this guy I spent some time with a couple of months ago. One of the things he said is a couple of things he said are beautiful. You know, and any statement he made was "God bless you." You know, and he says it in a way that just makes you feel warm all over. And he said that a couple of things that you need to understand at the human level. And one is that all of life is nothing but relationships. That is all it is relationships. But it's not just our relationship with our primary relationship, our mate. It is our relationship with everybody, but not just everybody. It is also our relationship to animals and to plants and to the environment and to water and to everything here. Life is but the relationship. And that all human pain comes from the illusion of separation. And that There is no separation. It is only an illusion. It's just an illusion that we're separated from God, or that we're separated from each other, or that we're separated from the energy of life. It's no more than an illusion. And that's the human pain. And that's our suffering. You know? Yes. I mean, the minute he said that, you know how sometimes you hear a truth and it just, your insides just kind of flip over like a pancake, you know, like oh, yes, relationships, you know, and it's true. It's true. I find if I go out in a day and I concentrate on my relationships, since I've heard this, to everything, but people, whether it's the waitress where I have lunch, or the gal at the bank, or the guy in the parking lot, or the ticket seller at the movie theater, or the popcorn seller at the movie theater, or whoever it is, if I concentrate on these relationships, if I just take a second to make a connection, if they can, you can't always, because a lot of people aren't home. You know, it's you know, but at least today I know that it's them that's not home. I used to think that expression was created by me, that somehow I was responsible for this look they had on their face. Now I can approach people in a state of that sense of relationship, and if they're not there, they're not there. And I don't have to want to go out and kill myself because of it, you know. So if you have nothing to do someday, you might want to just take a day and see what your relationship's like to everything. Animals, plants, people, your environment, your own environment, the one in which you live. Yeah? What's your relationship like to it? Is it home? You're comfortable there? Is it safe? Is it nice? Can you do something to make it better? You know, can you throw stuff out? Is it time to unload? Is it time to lighten up, simplify? You know, get rid of the dead weight? You know, the dishes that are only for the company? Maybe it's time to, you know, put them on the table. Something wrong with that attitude, you know. If you're trying to live a spiritual program, you have dishes that are only for the company. Hate to tell you. That's not a real heavy spiritual motivated philosophy. The family isn't good enough to eat off of them, but we will have people in the house soon who are. That's like, you know, a lot of people grew up in houses with furniture you can't sit on, you know. And you wonder why you have compulsive disorders, you know. I know it's a chair, but you can't sit in it. It's for company. It's for important people. Somebody said they wanted me to tell a story about the bear, a couple of stories, and one about Drop the Rock. I'm trying to remember it. I you know. See, I find for me, you know, it's like a lot of things come into my life, and they have real impact. And like when I first heard the Drop the Rock story, it was like, oh, you know, bells and lights and alarms and whistles and all this. I was like, wow, God, what a great story. And it's now probably 8 years later, and I can't really recall it. I may get it put together before I'm done, but it's like, I believe that's life. Things come and go, and they have real meaning and impact. And most of my pain in my life has come from with people, jobs, living situations, everything. I either won't let stuff out when it's time for it to go, or I'm trying to drag stuff in before it's time for it to come. And so I live in that constant state of that frustration, never understanding that apparently, as I'm starting to see it, the spiritualness of life is a flow. It's a flow. It's not a, here, this is yours. It's not mine. It's not mine. Everything I have is passing through, you know? And if I understand that, it takes such anxiety out of my life, you know? It's like, and by the way, You know, I know people that spend a lot of time, you know, they lock everything up, and like the thing about Santa Fe I love is I have heard one fucking car alarm in a month, and it was on a California car. You know? Okay? Because eventually, if you reach a point, not that I don't lock my doors, and not that I don't lock my car, you know, but I don't have to have it wired with a $3,000 alarm system that's going to electrocute some poor son of a bitch who tried to rest for a minute, you know, leaned against my car and died in the parking lot, you know. So, but it's like, in this process, for me and the people that I'm close to, at least that you know, we've hung out together for a lot of years off and on, or paths have continued to cross off and on, we all eventually reach that point where the decision must be made about God. Either he is or he isn't. He is or he isn't. She is or she isn't. It is or it isn't. Whatever phraseology you're comfortable with. Their power is either there or it's not. And if it's there, if there is a God, then that God is all-powerful, all-present, and all-loving. Conditionless. Conditionless. Then if he's all-powerful, all-present, all-loving, and it's conditionless, what are you worried about? What are you worried about? I mean, why? And what is it that you're trying to save or hang on to or protect? You know? It's like I'm a firm supporter and absolute believer in that we are possessed by our possessions. Absolutely. You're possessed by your possessions. It's another thing I love about Santa Fe. It's the only community I've ever been. The doctor put it this way last week, and I loved it when he said it. It's true. Only community left in the world where status is living on a dirt road. You know? I mean, it's incredible to see a change. You know, there's a couple of bumper stickers I've seen there which absolutely have touched my heart. And they say, live simply so that others may simply live. Okay? What else sends you home and make you look in the clothes closet? Shit, I went through a down to Claire Foundation. Here, guys. You know, and I have some more stuff in the car. You know, here, I don't need it. It's it's stuff I can't use. I'm not using. I don't need it. Let me get rid of it because it's weighing me down. Because then, at least I reached a point where I believe with most things that are passing through my life, so I usually am not concerned about things being stolen. Nothing has ever been stolen from me since I made that decision in recovery 12 years ago. Nothing. And if it has been returned, and the person stealing it has gone to jail. I mean, their retribution has been so quick. One guy got to the bus station where he was arrested. Another guy never got out of the garage in the apartment building. His car wouldn't start. Unfortunately, he was a drug addict, and the dumb son of a bitch stayed and tried to push it out, you know. I mean, we're so fucking smart, it's a killer, right? The alarm's going off all over the goddamn apartment building, and this fool's trying to push his car out of the garage, you know. Sheriff's arrived by parachute from 17 directions, you know. He's probably still in jail. And I got my T-roof and, hubcaps back. But it's like, the absence of faith, I create an immense amount of anxiety and fear in my life. And that's just that simple. It's that trade-off. I've heard for years, you can't be in faith and fear at the same time. You know what? It's true. Yeah? You can't be in faith and fear at the same time. You cannot. It's like for people who want to try and quit smoking, they always say, oh, well, God, I tried, but I get so obsessed I want a cigarette, so all I can think about is I want a cigarette. Let me disclose to you a secret that the mind would really hate for you to know. Despite all the noise it makes, and all the energy it puts out, and how it exhausts you and drives you crazy and sends you to the point of tears and just really beats you to death, It can only hold one thought at a time. It can only hold one thought at a time. So, the thing I learned, which astounded me, is that I am not responsible for the first thought that comes to my mind. I am not responsible. I have no control over the first thought that comes to my mind. It whips in there, man, like a rocket, and it can be absolute madness. The thought can be insanity. I mean, raging lunacy. What I do have control over is whether I choose to entertain the thought. Now, I can spend the rest of the day with it and just grind myself into the ground. You can see people when they come in meetings who have been thinking all day. They're shorter. You just see, Or I can sort of like a wrestler with a head hold on his partner, just kind of take my mind and just turn it over to another thought. Yeah? Because the mind loves to just sort of roam uncontrolled through your life. And if it comes to God, the mind will click off. It just kind of goes into Never Never Land, the void. And if you don't think that's true, stop and think about the morning reading you do. If you read a day at a time or a daily word or any of those things, I bet with 97% of the people in this room, 30 seconds after you read it, I can quiz you and you can't tell me what it said. You no more know what the thought for the day is by the time you exit the room than you did before you read it. Because the mind refused to stick around to read it. You ever notice how you pick the book up to read something good, something godlike, something spiritual, something beneficial, and the mind just sort of goes away. It's like, and you're staring at this page, and there's nothing happening. There's no exchange here, It must be forced. It must be forced. Okay? It's got to be forced. Now, I don't know if it gets better. Yes, it gets better. I mean, at this point now, I'm down to really 4 voices that I have to deal with. To those of you who are not from a dysfunctional home, that may not represent hope. To those of you who are from a dysfunctional home, it represents a miracle. Because 4 voices is a lot better than the 13 to 30 that I lived with the first 10 years of recovery. It's a terror living with all those voices in your head. Because another reason it's a terror is because people don't talk about it at meetings, and that's sad because they're all sitting listening to the same thing. If we could pipe into the mind energy in a meeting, it would be incredible. It would be like, and everybody's just sitting there sort of at the meeting. Like there's nothing going on, and they're planning their death and the rest of their life and somebody else's death and their financial disaster and everything else, and their poverty, and they're going to be a dishwasher and their job, all that's going on. They're just, nothing's happening. So 4 voices is kind of pleasant because even though mornings can still be a terror, I'll talk about mornings for a minute, although a lot of people know that I do that a lot. I talk about it a lot because mornings are just, my mind chooses the morning because that's my most vulnerable time. Upon awakening, I'm still, a little off-center and just kind of disoriented. I just sort of open an eye and my mind is there waiting. At least that's how it feels to me. I've always felt it's like it stayed up all night, I used to use the description of kind of like waking up and seeing this vulture sitting on the headboard looking down at you, And it's still kind of that way, saying, good morning, I'm glad you're awake. I want to talk to you. The first thing I want you to know is that you didn't get enough sleep. Doesn't matter, you've had 13 hours, That's beside the point. Whatever it is, it's not enough, right? And then it will now tell me what kind of a bad day I'm going to have because I haven't had enough sleep. Well, you probably shouldn't go to work today because you're really tired, and it's just best if you don't. But then, of course, if you don't, you're probably going to lose your job, so you have to go in. Of course, if you go in as tired as you are, you're going to screw up, and if you screw up, you're going to lose your job, And now that you've gone in and screwed up and lost your job, what are you going to do? Because you only have about enough money to sustain you 6 weeks. So in 6 weeks, you're broke on your ass, Oh, yeah, and by the way, that bump just below your knee is bone cancer. And how are you going to handle that, you going to go to meetings and talk about it, or are you just going to be chicken shit, stay home, rot to death, So you've been awake full 5 seconds here, right? You're unemployed, broke, and dying of cancer, all right? And if people wonder why you don't bound out of bed joyously to greet the goddamn day, I remember when I was first over, this guy and I shared an apartment. We couldn't even talk to each other in the morning. We had a few months, we'd come out with this horrible expressions on our face, cigarette in hand, and just stand in the kitchen and watch the coffee perk, And we learned not to speak because it would wind up in a huge, fuck you, man, Because I'm already dying, sick, broke, I don't need this asshole in my life telling me something, So I don't greet the day with this sense of joy and wonder about life and God and now, but I have a choice with all that when it starts. I can get caught up in it. I can give it validation. Oh yeah. Then I say, oh yeah, you're right. It's never right. Forget it. It is never right. The mind is designed to be a tool. They said biblically, right? Thousands of years ago, it is an excellent servant and a terrible master. Meaning it has nothing to do with deciding your life. It's there to add up the checkbook. And it hates that. Hear the silence? Huh? Mind's going, hey, fuck you, man. I'm here to run things. Yeah. No, you're not. You're there to determine whether the signal is red or green. I'll let this decide the direction, And it's like, the way that I've found 2 or 3 ways of getting around it. If you're good at meditation and can get immediately into it, great. My mind, however, is not always responsive to meditation. It likes the fact that I'm taking time to sit still because it has my full attention and it can, and it can talk more. Now, Goldsmith, who I love about when he writes about meditation, says ignore it. And don't ever try and stop it. And most metaphysicians and prophets say that. Just let it talk. Because when it finds out you're not listening, it'll shut up. It's true. My mind only has you love this. The mind only has the power that you give it. See, it needs me to agree with it before anything can transpire. You ever notice how it always says we? Huh? I think we should do this. I think you should do that. I think we should go here. We don't like that person. Or it'll say, I think you should. Now, if all we had was the mind, if that's all there was to us, was the mind, it would not have to communicate with us. It would not need my cooperation. Who is it it's trying to convince to go along? What other part of my being is it talking to? Because if it was all by itself, we'd just go. Like an automaton. There would be no communication. None. But it's got to convince me. Ah, that gets interesting. It's trying to convince the God quality in me. Because the God quality and the mind are not compatible when the mind is in control. And the mind can't stand it when God is in control, because the mind must have control. It's got to have control. I remember once I was talking with my therapist about something. I said, let me see, what exactly was it? Oh, I know. I was talking about a gal I had met, and I said something to her about it. I said, well, she's just not perfect enough. I find a resistance in me. She's just not perfect enough. And my therapist smiled and said, I think we've reached a point, she said, in the process here where we can no longer allow you to use the word perfect or perfection or perfectionism. Anytime you find yourself thinking in that word, you must substitute the word control. Yeah, it's a killer, I know. I felt the same way when I heard it. Because I really realized what she was saying. What I was saying about the girl I had met was not that she wasn't perfect, but I couldn't control her. I'd met somebody I couldn't control, so therefore, it's like that. And when I'm talking about perfectionism myself, I'm talking about controlling me. Controlling me. Well, there's an alternative for me controlling me is to let God control me. Not easy. Not easy. For me, it's not been easy. But the results have always been incredible. See? And the interesting thing about the compulsive addictive personalities is this. We come in a program and finally, at some point, in absolute, complete desperation, we are forced to pray, to surrender, to let go of something. Some situation becomes too much, and we let it go. And it works out fine. We let go, and it's resolved magically. God takes care of it. Works perfect. Okay? And the very next thing that comes up, we will not let go of. Now, isn't there an irony there in that we who, when we found anything we liked, pursued it into the gates of insanity or death? If I found a specific drug that I liked, I would goddamn hold up stores to get it. Just to get that one specific... Wow, that felt great. I want more. And out come the guns and off to town we go, and I want more. But I come here and I pray and the prayer is answered and the results are fine, and I turn right around and walk off like it never happened. And I have to drag myself one more time to the gates of insanity or death in recovery to let go of the next thing, instead of just letting go. I am of the school that when it comes to, here we go again. This one isn't as bad. I believe that we, based on my experience, my own experience, and a lot of other people that I know and a lot of stuff that I have read, I hang on with my body. I physically hang on to stuff, And so anything I can do to make my body let go helps me let go on a spiritual level. And so if you're a tense person, of course I don't know who in the room isn't, but if you're one of these people who, the neck and the shoulders and the, you walk around like you're in a brace, Hatha yoga is great. Just anything that forces you to start to stretch out, to start to let go. See, and the mind, by the way, will resist all this stuff. Because my experience has been anything that I do in the way of getting on a spiritual path, my mind resists because it represents a threat to its control. So I'm not saying you can just walk out of here and stroll into a yoga class saying, I think I'll try a little yoga. Hi, I'm John, and here I am. If you get there by December, okay, you'll be doing great. Really great. You will have accomplished something because the resistance in you will be tremendous. And if you live in a non-supportive environment or move in a non-supportive environment, you have created around you a group of people who support your mind. Okay? And they will not help you either get there. I know that's an uncomfortable one. I know it is. I don't mean to say these things, but it's, God, we got to stop the stuff because we're the ones dying. All the rest of these non-supportive people show up at the goddamn funeral and say, poor John, gee, he's got cancer, 36 years old. Can you believe that? He was tense all the time, though, of course, Just didn't seem to be able to do anything about it. He never just could let go. Right. Another trick of the mind is to never allow you to see your progress. It will absolutely refuse to validate your progression in recovery. It will always focus on what you should be doing, where you should be, or it will be comparing you to people who are 5 years ahead of you in the program, or 10, or 20, wondering why, your mind will sit there and say to you, how come you're not doing what I'm doing and you have 2 years and I have 24? What kind of jerk are you that you have not managed to accomplish all this in the last 24 months? Huh? A continuing failure, aren't you? But it's true. But it's dangerous. It's dangerous because it keeps you in a state of low self-esteem and anxiety. Anxiety. I'm not enough. I'm not enough. I can't do enough. Something's wrong with me. I'm not okay. I'm not, and the mind is always there saying, yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Why aren't you doing more? Why have you only lost 100 pounds? Why haven't you lost 2? How come you've only been abstinent for 6 months? You started 3 years ago. What kind of goddamn failure are you? Instead of seeing the successes and acknowledging them. And I'm going to give you a real trick, and the mind will strangle on this one. Look for the successes in others and walk up to them and acknowledge it. And you will so destroy the wiring in that part of your mind, eventually it will even be forced to see your success. And even in return from your coming up to these people, they may talk to you about your success. You ever notice that anybody comes to praise you, you can't stand it? God, you've been doing a great job, Sue. Oh, yeah, that's, They're saying, yeah, right, thanks. So do that. Look for people, walk up to them, and acknowledge, their progress. You look terrific. You've lost 10 pounds at least, or, whatever it is. Now you look great, or, whatever. You make me feel good when you talk. I like your laugh. I like your smile, whatever. One little thing. Because the trick is to get to the place where you look in the mirror and you say to the person in the mirror, I like your laugh. I like your smile. I like you. And that's goddamn killer. Try it. Go home, look in the mirror, look yourself in the eyes, and tell yourself I love you. They used to tell me to do that in AA, and I'd goddamn die. I'd go home and stand in front of the mirror and be like, oh, you're the sickest motherfucker I ever met. So much for that exercise in recovery, you know. And away I go. I couldn't say it. The words would not come up. I couldn't get them up. You know, and today, man, I love it. I'll be bopping through town, you know, and passing a plate glass window somewhere in the store, and I'll catch a glimpse of me out of the corner of my eye, and I'll smile. Because I like the guy. He's just really a good guy. And I think part of it is the process of getting down to 4 voices. Because 3 of them are the adult, who is a beautiful person, an incredibly gentle man with a staggering social consciousness, which I can't even believe myself. I mean, it moves me to tears. I never wanted to acknowledge it. Because, see, I'm not the kind of person who can see something and do nothing. I can't. I got to do something. And so now the social consciousness is starting to come up. And like I went last week, a couple people in New Mexico took me to a celebration at an Indian pueblo. And it was a feast day and a joyous day and a big celebration, see. And I watched this one specific group of dancers, and I cried. It wasn't a happy day for me. Because I could see the ravages of the disease of alcoholism and how it destroyed people, you know, a whole fucking tribe. And it broke my heart. See. I have no idea what I'm going to do, but I know New Mexico probably won't be glad I'm there in a few more months, you know. I have not the foggiest idea what I'm going to do, but I know it's not nothing. And when I see that man today in the mirror, God, I like him. Because I used to hate people that were like that. My best friend used to be like that, or he's still like, God, he used to piss me off. I mean, he really had a strong social consciousness, and they used to just burn my ass. I mean, we used to argue. I mean, I would be voting for Reagan, and he would be voting for the independent, you know. I mean, it's like, we would just, God, it was war, always, you know, and because he could see the plight, and he could understand, feel the pain, and he couldn't let it go, you know. And I used to hate him for it because I knew, and the only reason I hated him for it is because I did not know that what I knew was that I, too, was the same person, and I wasn't in touch with that person. So it had nothing to do with my not being like them. I don't hate people I'm not like. I hate people I'm like. People I'm not like, I don't have any time for. I don't know if they're there. What do you think of Bill? Bill who? Oh, he's been sitting next to you for 4 years in the meeting. Shit, I don't know, Bill. What's he look like? You know. I don't even know they're there. I hate people I'm like. See? People I'm like. And they may be good people, gentle people, conscious people. And the only reason I'm angry is because there's a part of me dying because I'm not in touch with that person. Yeah? So the adult, I love him. He's going to create a lot of interesting energy in my life, you know, from all sources. But part of freedom and part of spirituality, as I understand it, there was an old guy in AA. His wife died when he was 50 years old, and he began to drink at 50 years of age. He had not drank before. He drank for 10 years, from 50 to 60, and at 60 he landed on Skid Row. He continued to drink and live on Skid Row for 10 more years. He was a Skid Row drunk until he was 70. He came into AA when he was 70 years old. He obtained and maintained 14 years of sobriety. He lived to be 84 years of age. And when he died, he was like more prepared to go than most people I know are to live. I mean, he wanted his funeral on Saturday, so all the responsible AAs with jobs would come. He had arranged for Chuck C. to give the eulogy, but he had left notes of stuff he wanted him to talk about. I mean, he was ready, it was time. And he had left his own little thing that he wanted read. And this guy summed up his 84 years of life, including the 50 years without drinking and the 20 years of alcoholism, the 10 years on Skid Row, and the 14 years of recovery, with this. He said it comes to this. Know yourself. Know yourself. Not other people's perception of you. Know yourself. Be yourself. Give of yourself. So part of this process is finding out who you are, not creating something new. That ain't what's here. That's not what this is about. It's not what the program is designed for. It's not what any decent spiritual path in the world is constructed for. It is not about constructing a new person. It's finding the person that you are. That person is okay, and then be that person. And you know what the number one resistance to that is? That you know you'll lose your friends. There is an instinct in you that says, if I do that, I will lose my friends, and the instinct is correct. You will. For as you begin to change, people must change with you, move on the path with you, or be left. Be left. There is no nobility in staying in a pig pen. There's no nobility in staying in a non-supportive, destructive environment once you begin to find out who you are. And sometimes in finding out who you are, guess what? You might make a mistake. So what? I loved what people said. We're just here to learn. You cannot fail. You can't. So what if you try a new job and you don't like it? Big deal. You know? Big deal. You find another one. You try something else. You find out who you are. Because I got to tell you, it's in a tremendous sense finding out who I am. And all of it isn't, like, look, I also one of the personalities as an adolescent. God, he's a pain in the ass. I mean, the adolescent is a killer. He's hip, slick, and cool, right? Always looking good. Guys, you all know who he is, right? He's the one who gives you whiplash driving down the street. He'd cruise the high school if he wasn't afraid he'd get caught, in a 50-year-old body driving by the high school. He's a kid, he's a teenager, man. That's all he is, and that's how he thinks. I take bears on airplanes, the adolescent can't stand it. Particularly if it's a big bear, it takes up a whole seat, Oh, he goes nuts, because he wants to sleep with the stewardess. That's all he knows, right? See? And he thinks the only way he's going to get to sleep with the stewardess is look good, and the last goddamn way he's ever going to look good is with a big teddy bear sitting in the seat next to him. He goes right off the fucking map. He goes, oh, no, not the bear. No, not in the seat next. Put the goddamn bear in the baggage compartment where he belongs. Get him out of the seat. Not in the seat. Please, not in the seat. He goes right over the edge. I just have to calm him down and tell him we don't want anything to do with anybody who doesn't like teddy bears. And that's still not acceptable, by the way. He still just sits in the plane, and he just has a rotten trip. I remember one time I was getting rid of a car, and the adolescent came to me and said, I want a Corvette. And I said, oh, God, I don't know. I don't like Corvettes. Oh, man, he said, God, they're great. I mean, they're low and they're sleek. And he says, oh, you look so good in a Corvette. He's got a Corvette. He said, it's the car. I said, I look silly in a Corvette. No, man, we got to have a Corvette. We got to have a Corvette. I said, oh, I don't know. I thought about it for a couple of days, And I came back to the adolescent and I said, you know what? I really love you. And you never had a car that you didn't steal. And that's sad, I said, that's sad. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to take you out and we're going to buy you a Corvette. And I took him out and I got him a Corvette. And he loved it. But we had a few problems between the child and the adolescent and with the car. Because children in cars are like small dogs, They like to hang their head out the window and, they don't care, right? And so the child always wanted the T-roof off the car. Always. Because the child wants the wind and the sky and all that, it's like, how kids are, right? But the adolescent has got to look good when he gets where he's going. He can't stand my hair. He used to be a lot longer than he can't stand for his hair to be blown. So he wants the T-roof on, the windows up, you know, the frosted windows up, and the air conditioner on, right? Because he wants to get out of the car looking good. You know. He does not want to look like he's just been through a goddamn wind tunnel, right? So I bought a hairbrush and a water spray bottle for the adolescent so the kid could have the T-roof off when we drove somewhere, and the adolescent could fix his hair when he got there. You know, it was the best I could do. We ran into a small problem, however, with the adolescent, the Corvette, in that they are designed for speed. And he somehow could not contain himself once set loose on the freeway system of Southern California. And I began to become acquainted with a lot of highway patrol officers throughout the state. Nice guys. They write fast, but nice guys. And the last one, I think I forget how fast I was going on Highway 5 in Coalinga, near Coalinga, and got nailed. And the Department of Motor Vehicles sent me a letter saying, "You've had too many. You've gone too fast on our highways too many times." And my insurance company sent me a letter saying, "We're done with you. You know, your insurance is now going from super safe driver discount, whatever it was, minimal money, to like, you know, $4,000 more for the year." So I said to the adolescent, "Contain yourself." Actually, I said to him, "Contain yourself" before the last ticket. And I got the last ticket, and I got rid of the car. A loving parent, though, you see. I gave him his chance, and I gave him what he wanted, and he couldn't be responsible with it. So I took it away. You see? But it was a good experience. It was a real good experience. And the thing I'm trying to convey here is these are all part of me, and if they're all part of me, they're all part of God. So it's not to hate yourself. It's not to hate the child. It's not to hate this adolescent's behavior. I mean, I know guys, well, I don't know about the girls, but I know with the guys, I know, God, that behavior can get really frustrating. You know, I mean, to be behaving like a fucking 15-year-old and you're a grown adult male, you know, it's like, oh, Jesus, it makes me mad. You know, I mean, I can even see cars, you know, on the street, like kids' cars. I wouldn't own it on a bet. But the adolescent gets crazy. You know, yeah, I want one of those, you know, right, yeah, exactly what we need. I communicate with me oftentimes through the bears. That's why, if you wonder why I'm a promoter of stuffed animals, sometimes I can't talk to God for one reason or another, but I can talk to the bears. And the bears talk back. The bears convey to me truths that I need to know. Truths that I already know that I need to, you know, acknowledge. That's maybe better put. So oftentimes the bears will tell me things that I need to know, you know. This little guy who's with me, the Santa Fe bear, is a great bear because he's a protector. You know, he comes with me to protect me, to get me back to Santa Fe safe. Well, okay, what is that? That is just very simply, I live alone, I'm in Santa Fe, I don't know anybody there. I know, you know, I'm getting to know people like real fast, but it's not like, and my best friend is leaving to live in Europe for a year, you know, so I mean, there's like a lot of separation going on. And there was a separation just took place. This little bear is like my way of communicating to me that I care about me, and I want me to get back home safe, okay? And because of this nature of this communication, the bears have requests. And the requests must be honored. Now, I find that most of the requests the bears make of me are things that I was never allowed as a child. The bears want to do. So, when the Olympics came along, the bears all wanted to watch the Olympics. All the bears. And at the time, I was in a relationship with a girl from Canada, so we had some Canadian bears, too. Right? And they also wanted to watch. They weren't particularly interested in rooting for the U.S., but they did want to watch because they wanted to root for Canada. So during the 2 weeks that the Olympics were on, or however long it was, I had gotten all, if you came into my apartment when I wasn't home, forget when I was home. When I wasn't home, and the manager had come in, she had a goddamn heart attack, I'm sure. Because in the living room I had about 3/4 of the Bears all lined up on the couches and the love seat, and all in a big circle with the TV on, with the Olympics on. The Canadian Bears had little Canadian flags and Canadian hats, and, you know, all that stuff. And in the other bedroom was the rest of the Bears, all in a, you know, half-moon circle on the bed with the TV on in the bedroom, watching the Olympics in there. And they loved the Olympics. They had a wonderful time. They cheered and they just loved the Olympics. They just had a great time. I personally was destroyed by the Olympics. I probably went through, it's safe to say, somewhere between 12 and 20 boxes of tissues during the Olympics. And the reason it was so emotional for me was this process of getting in front of these little people that live inside of you has a lot of side effects. And feeling things for other people, identifying with the feeling and experiencing it yourself. So, I would watch the Olympics, and some guy would come out, you know, and they would do like a profile before he'd participate in the event. And one kid, you know, they were talking to him before the event, and they were saying to him, you know, he talked about how hard he worked and how much time he'd put in and how important it was to him and the focus he had put on it. And I mean, it was real nice listening to the kid. And then he went out and he participated in the event, whatever it was, and won. And I just broke down and sobbed. Because I've always been afraid to say, I can, I want, I need, let me try, because I always have the added voice that say, you will fail, forget it. Okay? And he had came and tried and did and won. And another incident, which is really heavy, they interviewed one of the kids before, one of the swimmers before, who was recognized as like, you know, one of the best. And he had missed the preceding Olympics because of the Carter decision. And he had hung on and trained for 4 more years and came back. And they interviewed him before the event, and he's not only did he plan on winning, okay, he also planned on breaking the world's record. I mean, and he stated that very clearly to the press and to the TV guys. No bullshit, you know. I mean, forget the competition, man. I'm here to win. I'm here to break the world's record, okay? He swam in the event. He won the event. He broke the Olympic record. He failed to break the world record by a matter of fractions of seconds. And when they put the camera on him and the event was over and he turned and he looked at the clock, he was visibly disappointed. He was upset. And, you know, they got him out of the pool and they got him back in the press tent and they interviewed him right after the event. And he wasn't fucking thrilled, you know? He wasn't waving flags and all yahoo. He was bummed out. And he had said he was upset. And he was disappointed, you know? And he walked off. And to show you why you're having a little trouble with recovery, the American press, sports writers, beat this kid up so bad that he had to come back the next day and apologize on fucking television for being a human being. Now let me explain something to you. To go out there and say, I am here to participate, I am here to win, I am here to break the world's record, to fail and to be disappointed is to be human. What he did was emotional health. The example he gave the world was somebody who wasn't afraid to take a chance. And disappointed when he didn't succeed. And now you want to know why you have trouble finding out who the hell you are and being that person? This is on a global level. He took the chance. You know? I'd like to meet his parents. Because they're responsible for the kid that could take that risk, who wasn't afraid to say, hey, here's what I'm going to do, and blew it. And also wasn't afraid to say, shit. You know? God.
because he had to wait another 4 years to do it. And then they got a kid on, and they interviewed him about his event, and he talked about his mother and father had ridden from like Michigan on a motorcycle to come watch him participate in the Olympics. And I broke my heart, see, because I was so happy for him that they had done that. And I had to experience my sadness. I had to experience every goddamn open house at school that nobody came. Any time a pissant sporting thing prior to high school, which by then I gave up, that I participated in, like the Junior Olympics in the Coliseum, and nobody came, you know? And their parents came, you know? It's just like, wow, the Olympics were an experience. And the kid who had cancer, the wrestler, anybody see him? Man had Hodgkin's disease. They told him he was going to die. And he says, he's going to be in the Olympics. He won. And broke down and sobbed uncontrollably while being interviewed on television. Didn't look cool. Didn't care. See? Didn't care. He was who he was. You know? And it's not, see, God's plan, as I understand it, is not for me to reconstruct. Thank you very much. Reconstruct me. It is to be me. We spend all our goddamn time confined, restrained, contained, constructing a new person instead of being who you already are. And you know what? All the effort goes into not being who we are. That's where all your fucking energy's going. That's the fight. That's the whole battle you're putting up, is not being who you are. Trying to be something else. Trying to get other people's approval. Trying to keep the peace. Trying to not rock the boat. You know, we're great at that one. I'd like you to know that I can't stand that, but I don't want to rock the boat. So I'll get a stiff neck and swing and won't say anything. I don't want you to see who I am. Who I am. Who am I? I'm a child of God. Created in His image and likeness. I must be okay. Why am I working so hard? And you know what? My experience is starting to validate. I'm fine. All these horrible fears about this inept, terrible, worthless person that I was were unfounded, ungrounded, and unreal. I'm a terrific guy. You know, and I'm not what I thought I was, and I'm not who a lot of people would like me to be, and I'm certainly not what my family would like me to be, you know. I mean, ever since I became a writer, I've never been what they wanted me to be, particularly when I'm in a dry spell and those money's coming in. It's always, when are you going to get a real job, you know? That's why my friend is moving, my dearest friend is moving to France, you know. He says, you know, fuck it, I'm broke here. You know, and I'm tired of people, you know, looking at me like I'm some kind of, you know, Martian from another goddamn planet. And when am I going to go get a real job? Because he's a recognized expert on adolescence and alcoholism, which is something he chooses not to do, you know. And he says, at least, goddammit, in France, you know, you were respected if you're a writer. You know, he's got 11 books published. It's not like he's some kind of complete absolute person, you know, with 3,000 manuscripts stacked in the corner that have never gone anywhere. And I love him for it. He's saying, look, I want people to, you know. So he says, what do you do? I say, I'm a writer. He says, I want them, you know, to hug me, kiss me, offer me a glass of wine, even though I won't drink it, you know, but just acknowledge that it's a great thing that I do, create, you know. And I thought, wow, you know, I mean, that's what it's about here, guys. And instead of being, oh, I'll stay here and tough it out. Okay, maybe I will get another job. Maybe this is wrong, you know, maybe, God, wrong. What a terrible word, wrong. Didn't notice me. It was going to go this long. If I had a magic wand, I'd go through the room and touch each one of you, let you know that you're fine. You're just fine. I mean, that would be my wish. If I could draw a spirit into the room from the other side who could grant you a wish, it would be that you would know that you're fine. Yeah. That would be the wish. Let's talk about the move. I was really stuck for a couple years in L.A. I was at the wall. I had a terrible time for a couple years. I was forced into bankruptcy. And it was like I just couldn't get off. I could not get off the wall. I could not get off the wall. And I had the tools, and I knew, but to get off the wall meant some real serious change. I mean, I was also aware that to leave the wall I was on meant, big change. Eventually, it came down a couple months ago, 3 months ago, whenever it was, that I wasn't going to talk about this. It's interesting that I'm going to. And I'll tell you why it's interesting that I'm going to. It means that I feel I'm in a safe environment. Which makes me feel real good. Because I talk a lot of places, I do not particularly feel like I'm in a safe environment. I remember the 50th anniversary of AA in Seattle when they were screaming back at me from the audience. Somehow I didn't get the feeling that they were delighted I was the speaker. They wanted to all fucking reminisce over how wonderful AA was doing. And I said, God, if we're doing so good, how come we're losing so many after 5 years? And the talk just sort of seemed to go downhill from there. I can't understand why. So about 3 months ago, I guess I knew I was going to have to get off the wall. And I knew to get off the wall, I was going to have to move. I mean move. It meant separation. It meant move. It meant me move somewhere away, far away. And in my mind, my mind said to me, well, we'll move to Washington. There's the San Juan Islands off the coast of Washington, and there's a writer's colony there. There's Bach and some others who are up there. You can go live there. You have friends there who will house you and feed you and look after you, who would be delighted to have you there. People had made the offer. Please come stay with us, And people I enjoy, people who are nutritionally conscious bicyclists, people who are, a couple of friends who, in fact, just bicycled from Seattle to Newport for, their vacation, for something to do. And I don't know why I got to tell this, but I have a need to tell this. It's interesting because it's about being yourself. The girl's on the program, and her husband isn't. He's an Al-Anon. And he's a chef. He's the number 2 chef at a 5-star hotel in Seattle. He's a neat guy. God, he's the most gentle soul I've ever met. But yet a very, powerful guy in his way. But he's beautiful. He's a real gentle soul. And what he does is cook. And what he does is cook really well. And he likes to eat really good food. And that's who he is. So when they bicycle and tour, he has no fucking intentions of eating dehydrated, dried anything, right? And because he's a strong guy and a powerful cyclist, he carries with him his necessary pots, pans, cutting board, cleaver, that he needs to fix a meal. And he says, when I hit a campground, the resentment is staggering, right? Because everybody else is putting heated water in their package, and he's out there, with the vegetables and the cutting board and the fish slicing and the skillets and the stirring and the herbs, and the spices and the brown rice, on the thing, and fixing their meal. See? And the reason I'm sharing that story is he has no compunction against being who he is. So while everybody else in the campground is roughing it and doing it their way, Paul is who he is, and it doesn't bother him a bit. And he gets out his stuff and he does his stuff. And of course Kit loves it because it's, all that time she doesn't have to deal with the kitchen while they're gone. Anyhow, so Washington, I'm going to move to Washington. So I go to New Mexico to speak at a convention, and I'm there for the weekend, and Lois was with me, and she had a tooth go bad in the restaurant on Friday night. So we go to the hospital, emergency hospital, and the first thing I noticed at the emergency hospital is, and I'm just sharing a story. I'm not telling you anything about your life, or what you should do or not do, or how you should view things or not view things. I'm just sharing a story. Well, because I just started to think how I could hear this if I was sitting out there like I'm, and I'm just sharing a story. And the very first thing I noticed at the hospital is that nobody gave a shit about insurance or money. Okay? Nobody cared. Everybody's focus was immediately on her and what could be done to alleviate the discomfort. That was like immediate. Nobody cared about it. It was never even discussed. Not by the nurses, not by the emergency room admitting nurse, not by the doctor who went out down the hallway, corralled an oral surgeon who he knew was seeing a patient who doesn't even work at the fucking hospital, and brought him back so that he could look at her mouth for nothing just because he happened to be there, right? I'm from Los Angeles, which has not been my experience with emergency hospitals and doctors. They told her she'd have to see a dentist, and it looked like the best thing she needed was a root canal. They have an emergency dental service in Santa Fe, which never answered the phone. The next morning, I'm telling the concierge at the hotel, we got to find a dentist who will come out on Saturday, because this, I mean, it was like nobody even stopped for a second. I mean, the girl just shoved all her shit aside. Planning tours was not as important as getting this woman's mouth taken care of, right? And she devoted all of her time to finding a dentist and got one of the guys on the desk, the front desk, to help. Somebody there on the program got a dentist to call us to talk to her in the interview. Finally, we got a dentist who came out on Saturday. We went to his office, and he took care of her tooth. And I sat in the waiting room while he's talking to her because he knew she was very frightened, and he took 2 hours to do this emergency root canal because he went very slow. And he explained to her it would be a little more difficult because he didn't have his assistant, and, you know, so be patient. And I mean, it was like, and I sat out in the waiting room, and I cried. Didn't I? Wasn't sure why I cried. I just cried, see, because I wasn't used to the humanity. You know, I mean, I lived right in the heart of Los Angeles. I mean, smack dab center, okay, where the hip, slick, cool shopping center is, and the new Four Seasons is going up, and the new Mama Sa is going up, and, you know, where you walk through the automobile stereo shop, and there's enough fucking money parked there to feed a nation, and, you know, I mean, that's where I live, right? So I come back, and I'm still not impressed with Santa Fe, intellectually. Big fucking deal. It's a little hot, it's a little high, it's hard to breathe, it's a little dusty. You know, the mind is always there to really see the beauty of the world, you know. So I come back to Los Angeles, and I'm back home 2 days. It's Tuesday, and the reality of my living in Los Angeles sets in. And what happened to me was I became aware of all the insulation I had put around myself to keep me from feeling the reality of where I lived and what the people are like and how they treat you and the expressions on their faces and how you're dealt with on a level as a consumer or as a patient or as anything else, you know, just how meaningless you really are. At least that's my perception of it, okay? And it's the perception I hid from myself. And I used to get confronted by people occasionally. And it used to really anger me. I'd be off like Oregon, right? Eugene, Oregon, talking. And after the meeting, somebody would come up to me who was maybe 15 years sober and ran maybe 20 miles a day and was a vegetarian and lean and looking good and feeling good and, you know, breathing clean air and drinking clean water. And out of love, not out of any kind of, they would say to me, God, as much as you care about these things, this exercise and nutrition and the consciousness, I've got to ask you, how can you live in Los Angeles? I said, well, my work is there, which is already putting something a little ahead of me, and we're not what we do, guys. We're not what we do. That's only what we do. I used to have a doctor who's a good friend of mine. Whenever anybody comes up to him in a social situation and asks him what he does, he says, about what? So now, I'm sitting there knowing I got to get out of L.A., do not have a penny to my name. Washington is the place I got to go. But this child is saying Santa Fe. I'm saying to the child, the mind is saying to the child, can't go to Santa Fe. The child's saying, I like the people in Santa Fe. You know? There are a lot of big kids in Santa Fe. And there are. A lot of the people who live in Santa Fe are the hippies who were in the communes in the late 60s and early 70s who got married, had children, and bought a house, and got, you know, now they're employed, and they're lawyers and dentists or doctors or, you know,
one guy I adore, man. She had a heavyweight art background from the finest Eastern schools in New York, and she restores broken Indian pottery. I love it. I mean, what a trip! I can't believe. She found where she wanted to be, and then she found out what she could do there. In order to be there, and it's like, I mean, that's how I understand spirituality. Anyway, my mind is saying you can't go there. You can't move to Santa Fe. So now I go to Pendleton, Oregon to speak. One flight in a day, one flight out. The convention's over. I'm staying in this little airport, waiting to leave. The guy comes off of the flight in. It looks vaguely familiar. Great look about him. Sparkle in his eyes, about 55, healthy, kind of an outdoor farmer type, or, just real healthy guy. He walks up to me and says, "You Bob Earll?" I said, "Yeah, why?" He says, "I heard you speak at the thing in Seaside, Oregon." He said, "I really enjoyed it." I said, "God, what brings you to, Pendleton?" I couldn't understand why anybody would go to Pendleton. And so he said, "Well, my wife and I have been, on a trip for about 6 weeks now, looking for a place to settle, looking for someplace else." He said, "We've been in Santa Fe for 3 weeks." And he said, "We've decided we're going to stay, so I'm just here to load the stuff in the truck and take off and go." So I'm walking out to the plane. See, I'm not stupid. I know Eskimos when I see them, right? I mean, but I'm walking out to the plane saying to God, "Oh, come on, what the fuck is this, right? I'm out here, I don't have a penny. You're giving me road signs to Santa Fe. I can't buy the gas to go to Santa Fe, for Christ's sakes. I'm supposed to be in Washington, And the following week I had to go to Washington speaking. I went to Washington, and I couldn't even get to the San Juan Islands. Everything, it was impossible. I could not get to the San Juan Islands to look. I mean, it's like, how it was just one roadblock after another. I could not get there. Had a whole day to get there, and everything happened to keep me from getting. So I'm home. I'm on the way home on the plane. I'm saying to God, fun. Are we having a good time? Are you having a nice day? Because I don't know where the fuck we're going or what we're doing here, but it's ceasing to be cute, because I've given notice where I live, okay? And the whole pull is this way, and I can't get there. But I decide in my heart, I know that's where I'm going. I know that's where I'm going. I don't know how I'm going. I know it's where I'm going, and I know I'm leaving my apartment because I've already given notice, and I don't know how any of this is going to... There is no way in hell that any of this can take place. Okay? 4 days later, I have to go in for my second bankruptcy hearing. I had a lot of problems in the first one, and I have to come back for a second one, and then eventually I have to go for a third one. Court's real interested in my residuals because it's an ongoing source of income. Of course, so is the IRS, and the court gets to take second seat to them. It's all, by the way, if I had another hour, I would tell you how you can be, walking the spiritual path, and because of old issues, ACA issues, wipe out your whole life.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.